Hey everybody, welcome to Crypto on the Rocks. I got technical difficulties going on everywhere here. Sorry about that. How's everybody doing tonight? Happy Friday night. Yeah, let's bring in the weekend here. And all right, so let's see. Oh, wait, I think Bedell is just about ready to jump in here. Let's see. There he is. All right, Bedell, welcome. How you doing, man?
I just got home from work about 15 minutes ago. I just sat down to fire everything up.
I understand.
I didn't think I was going to make it on time, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, you made it on time. And any time's on time as far as I'm concerned. I actually am running a few minutes late myself. I'm sitting here still futzing around with everything. But Daniel checked in and he said he'll be back. He was actually here before I went live, and then said he'll be back in about a half an hour. He had to get some food in him. I get that. I understand. And then let's see. He says he's got to jump off a little early tonight. I mean, he's got a lot of things going on. Hopefully, he'll talk about it tonight. Florida just did a thing with putting up the proposal for making gold and silver legal tender. So I'm thinking he was part of that. So hopefully, he'll give us the 411. So let's start it off here. Cheers to you, sir.
Cheers.
Another bout of eggnog whiskey. All right, let's see. And all right, so you got to see the poll. That's good. That's a plus. I appreciate you saying that. And listen, to try and make it easier for people to vote tonight, I put a poll on YouTube. I am literally about to put one on X, and I put one on Patreon. So you can vote on either or any of those, or put your vote right here into the live chat, and bam, there it is. We DCA every week, $10. You tell me what we're voting and what we're dollar cost averaging into. I haven't even started drinking yet. It's missing. Yes. Shubi is saying that a couple of the polls are missing because they only give me 4 options. So if you want Fry's crypto, you got to write it in to the live chat. Sorry. It only gives me 4 options. So I picked the top 4 in alphabetical order. Tech Man in the house. Happy ho-hos. Yes, exactly. Crypto Billy in the house. Appreciate you being here, my friend. If you want to jump on, let me know. I'll get you the link. Love to have you. I know you're probably busy, but always welcome. Yes, Giver's Gain. Absolutely. Let's see. Automatic Beats in the house. Yes. Appreciate you being here, Automatic Beats. You're good, man. You're the best. So again, everybody, to help you with the voting, you got a poll on YouTube, a poll on Patreon, and I'm about to put the poll on X right now. So go ahead, either hit the poll or drop your vote into the live chat. Appreciate that. You know what, Bedell, why don't you you able to chat for a minute while I try and put the rest of that poll up on X real quick?
Oh, geez, man. I just got home. I realized I didn't even put my food in the fridge.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good.
All the
Like I
office people had their little Christmas party today, so they left us the
gotcha.
leftovers.
Nice.
And I was like, fuck it. Everybody's gone like an hour and a half ago. It's sitting on the table. I'm just going to take it home for dinner.
I don't blame you one iota, my friend. Don't blame you one iota. That's all right. I just got that poll up on X, so there we go. Boom, there it is. What's this say? Fear.
I was just looking at that automatic beats because I was thinking I'm going to start DCAing like you do, but I was looking at like if I could buy all these projects on Trade Ogre,
There you go. And
but you
Crypto Billy,
can't.
I appreciate that. I'll send you the link on X in one moment. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Keep chatting. I haven't even
I
had a
was
chance to
looking
look at
up
it.
which projects I can get on Trade Ogre, and I was like, oh, whatever. I'll just go to the market, and I look. Sphero is up 90% for USDT, 112% for BTC. And then
Wow.
Kusami, I don't know what that is, but it's up 1,095%. But I'm sure that's probably one of those errors because it's literally like a flat line here, and then it goes up, comes down, and then flat lines. So
Oh, sounds like a serious pump and then the dump.
yeah, I think I might have some Hero on inodes. I gotta look. But
Okay.
you can't withdraw that until the end of the month
Why is that?
because it's a staking service.
Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha.
So throughout the month you can unstake, but I think it's the last day of the month or within the last few days of the month is when they actually unstake everything.
Gotcha. Shuby, welcome, man. Welcome.
Same thing as you. Problems. I could not get my microphone to work. Had to reboot.
I'll tell you what, it's crazy. I was having so many difficulties. That's why I was trying to talk to Daniel, fix him up. Well, I was going here, but
You know why?
I hate it. Why? The gremlins are in?
No,
Why?
today's Friday the 13th.
Good point. Good point. Automatic Beast is saying Trade Ogre doesn't hold it. I don't buy it. Top tier exchange.
And I know this is going against everything for crypto about don't hold your crypto on exchanges, but I am so fucking pissed off at some wallets right now. Because like we had the whole Zelcore incident, what, a few weeks ago, maybe a month. Granted, I wasn't involved in that, but Meowcoin have updated and changed their wallet, I don't know, 2 or 3 times in the last year. So I downloaded the new one, put in my phrase, synced it up. All the transactions match, except for my balance shows 0. And when I pull up the old version on my other computer, I have over 1 million.
Yeah.
So I'm like, why does this not? And of course, because that old wallet version won't sync, you can't use that to send and receive. So
Right.
I'm like, you know what? If I would have just sent all this shit to the exchange in the first place, I wouldn't have this freaking problem. Not to mention, when you got like 15 desktop wallets and they all have seed phrases, different usernames, different passwords.
Whole different coins. Yeah, I get it. I get it. And yeah, sometimes these, Automatic Beats brings up the point, these node wallets. Yeah, sometimes they're nice, they're convenient, but then when this kind of stuff happens, forget about it. Forget about it.
And then if you don't sync it like every 6 months, it takes fucking forever for it to sync.
Yep.
Which, I mean, I guess is a good thing, but not me. When I see like something like
if you're
something's
not in
going
it all
up
the time,
100+%, I'm like, nope, let me go sell like half of my bag right now. Nope, can't. Gotta sync the wallet, and then by that time,
forget about it.
It drops back down.
Forget about it. Break my Italian out. Forget about it.
Yeah, I mean, Meowcoin right now to USDT is up 44%.
Dang.
So that 1 million that I have that I can't somehow for some reason access would be nice to have.
Yes, bootstrapping is a pain in the ass, Automatic Beach. You is correct about that, my friend. Correct about that.
Yeah, so that 1 million is worth $200 right now.
Wow.
But it shows in the old wallet, doesn't show in the new wallet. And there's no transactions in the new wallet showing it being sent out. So where the fuck is it?
For whatever reason, it's not pulling.
And of course, I had to put something on one of their X posts. And then, of course, it was removed. So then I did it again, and then it was removed. And then I did it again, and it was removed. And I'm like, you can't just answer why.
I was going to say, do they have
wallets and my coins are missing?
Do they have a support desk or something you can put a ticket in? I mean, and I'm assuming it's a self-custody wallet, but I mean, they might have a somebody that looks at bugs, that kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Well, if anybody knows and you can help Badell out here, throw it in the chat. or come on. If you want to come on, we got to vet you first, because last time I did that, we had all kinds of trolls in here. But Crypto Billy is in the house. Welcome, sir. Appreciate you being here.
Guys, how you doing tonight?
Oh, not
Hey,
too
how are
bad,
you
Billy.
doing?
Doing good. Excited to we have our first NFT book mint.
Oh, that's
Sunday,
right.
man.
That's today,
So-
Billy. Just so you know, your mic is really low.
Okay.
So I don't know
All
if so we can barely hear you. And 100 Air, the link is in on Telegram. I'll send it to you again on that in Telegram. Give me 1 second.
All right. Let's see.
I'm sorry guys, I'm sending 100 Air that link real quick so he can jump in with us.
We know what multitasking's like.
Yeah, it ain't easy for us peoples, especially as old peoples.
I feel the same way.
All right, where is it here?
I actually have a new mic in a box down there. I gotta get it. I just haven't had a chance to do that yet.
Yeah,
Is the mic on your headphones? Like, is it
And
tipped
it's
up and not down?
It's a plug. Can you hear me?
That's
Oh, yeah.
staticky.
Yeah, I would say you just
gotta
sound a little muffled. That was all.
Yeah, this is one of those shirt mics that I just plugged in because my other mic went bad.
Oh, okay.
all right, there we go. Whoops, no, there we don't go.
Dell,
There it
move Trump in the back. He looks like Hulk Hogan in a sense.
is.
I
Oh, boy.
didn't even know if he was going to show up because, like, I have my laptop to my side and my camera's over here.
Or Ric
That
Flair.
was- I was thinking about playing some video games while on stream, but then I'm like, every time I look at you guys, it's like, yeah, I don't like it. So I'm moving my laptop in a minute.
And 100 Air, I just sent you that link on Telegram just so you are aware.
There goes the power.
Did you figure out your mic issue there, Billy? I'm guessing no, because I can't hear you.
No, that was completely blank.
Oh, you're muted. You're muted. That's the problem.
How about now?
Well, we can
hear ya.
barely hear you,
Really?
but yeah,
Give me a second. I can fix it.
I can fix it. I got this. I got this. The joys of live stream. Listen,
Friday
while
the
he's
13th, all for everybody. I'm telling you.
you're right about that, man. You're right about that. Listen, I want every week here on Crypto on the Rocks, I try to show you how you can take $25 a week, put it into crypto, change your wealth profile. 15 of that $25 that I put aside every week for crypto goes to Bitcoin. You guys vote where the other $10 goes. Today, I'm trying to make it a little bit easier today, so you can vote in the poll on YouTube. You can vote in the poll on X or on Patreon, or you can jump right into the live chat here and throw in your vote. Here are your options. We're doing right here these DPIM projects: Deeper Network, Dynex, Fry's Crypto, Flux, and Aether. All right, I just seen Billy pop back in.
Is in the lead on the poll that you've got 43, Deeper 29, Dynex 14, and Flux 14.
Ooh, there you go. All right, Billy, how you doing now, bud?
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah.
Ah, much better, much better. Yes.
Right.
Hey, listen, tell us about the NFT book. It's today, right? So let everybody know.
It's Sunday. It's Sunday.
Oh, I thought it was today.
Nah,
I'm sorry.
nah. It's all right. So yeah, it's kind of like the first real big project for our community that we've done. But what we did is we took our first X spaces that we started with, and those X spaces were about personal development. It was about things like your character, honor, persistence, taking action, goal setting, things like that. And we invited a whole bunch of creators on. So Crypto Crow, Crypto Lifer, Frankie Candles, um, Army Piper, Alex O Crypto, um, just even Charles Hoskinson came on.
Yeah.
It just started taking its own legs and growing on its own accord, really. But we turned those X spaces into words on paper, and then we edited those, and then we made that into an NFT book. So we built a book reader. So when you get this NFT, you can you just go to our website, you plug in, and it opens up like a book, and it reads just like a good personal development book, such as Good to Great, Rich Dad Poor Dad, How to Win Friends and Influence People, all the good ones, right?
Right.
This book is right up there with them, because in each one of these chapters and each one of these topics, we had the actual communities and thought leaders and KOLs discussing what those headings and topics mean to them and how they put those traits into action. And so it's really cool. It's taken months and months and months to get this done. We didn't realize, guys, how big of a project this was, getting devs and getting people to see what our vision is and then making that actually happen. It's a project. It's a great learning curve.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah, so we all learned, right? We all had a takeaway through this whole thing, but it's all set. We've triple tested it. And we're ready to mint on Sunday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And it's pretty simple. You just go to our website. There's a mint link, and you'll be able to click right there on Sunday and mint your NFT. And it's only 25 Cardano. That's it. It's 25 Cardano. We wanted to keep the price really low so everybody had a chance to own a piece of this. And what we like about it is this is a piece of blockchain history in that 170 speakers are going to be cemented in the blockchain forever, right? On an NFT book that is crowdsourced, crowd created, crowd funded. So it's our way of giving back. It's really not even a money making proposition for us. What we wanted to do is put it out there to our community, let them have a piece of their own history, so that
I was just going to say it's
yeah.
history at this point.
It's history. Yeah, it's history. And all of the people that participated are part of that history. And I think it's just going to be cool in 20 years from now when they have this book and they can show their kids and grandkids. Yeah, man, we were part of this movement. We were part of this cryptocurrency space movement. So yeah, we're excited about it.
Yeah. It's the where it all began, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's where it all began, man. It's really cool, and it's so great. Like today, we had Frankie Candles shout us out, Crypto Lifer, Army Piper, Alex O, all these guys that came on and spoke. They actually put it up on their channel and was sharing it out for us, and hoping that we gained some traction. And we only created 1,000 of them, so it's not like this big 10,000 NFT collection. There's only 1,000 of these, and we broke it down so that, like, if you mint one, you don't get the whole book. There's 10 NFTs, so you have to get to have the whole book. You're going to have all 10 of the NFTs. But we thought, well, some people might not want the whole book. Let's say they spoke in chapter 5, right? Well, they'll probably be interested in chapter 5, so they'll mint until they get the one that they want. You don't have to buy the whole book. Some people will want the whole book. Some people just want a certain section, and then of course we got traits in there and rarities, and there's some chapters or book covers. There's only 10 book covers that are very, very rare. Like I think in the rarity is one of the chapter titles. Your own rarity, you as an individual being the most rare thing in the world because you're a one-on-one. And we talked about that, and we thought that'd be a great title to be the most rare.
That makes sense.
There's literally only 60 of those. So that's going to be one of the rarest ones that we have out there.
Wow. And you just lowered the price because of the price of Cardano going up, right?
Yep.
If I remember correctly.
Right. Yeah. So we were going to have it at 100, or excuse me, 50 Cardano, uh, but we set that months ago. And then when
Right.
Cardano doubled, we were like, we're not doing that. We're going to lower the price because again, it's not. We know what our break even is. We're like, hey, if we can min out and do it at 25 ADA, that's fine with us, man. This is about the community. It's
Sure.
not about just shilling and
And
making our NFT money.
that's important because I mean, a lot of things that people put out here in this space is about getting the money. So obviously for you guys, it's not about that, and that's huge. That's huge. That to me is giving back to the space right there.
Yeah, we didn't want to make it so we're in a lot of NFT projects, Biomex and myself especially,
Hmm.
and we kind of started in this space in NFT projects, and we've kind of been through that whole curve where the NFTs at mint are people get them and then they put them on the exchange and they try to double their
Right.
money for them, and then ultimately all the NFTs go to zero, and they're worth nothing.
Yeah.
So we wanted to make sure that we at least limited that kind of thing happening because with the low Cardano price, ADA price, and with everybody being in the book. So all the 170 speakers are going to be the target market, right? They're going to be the ones that are going to want it the most. And then anybody else that wants to support Billy Goat Tales would be number two, right? So those people are probably going to keep them because they
Yep.
spoke on the space. So
Yep.
we tried to think up through limiting the flipping and all the crazy stuff that goes on with NFTs, but
And I did put
it's
a
gonna
link
happen.
to your website in the chat. So everybody, if you're interested, the link is in the live chat.
Oh, cool, man. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. My goodness. Now, can I ask a question? I mean,
Yeah, man.
I know you said you hired devs, but like how easy or difficult was it to build on Cardano? I'm not a dev myself. I don't build that kind of stuff, but you hear people complaining about trying to build like on Ethereum or this, that, or the other thing. How was Cardano to be used as for this kind of a project?
Well, it's wonderful. We kind of sold our oats in Cardano. So we have a lot of connections in the Cardano community, and so
Mm-hmm.
for us it was easy because we just reached out to uh, people that we trusted to
Yep.
help us, and so very simple. All that work you have to, as a project owner, you have to give them the vision and you have to give them the data. Like I personally wrote the metadata myself. So I
Oh,
wrote it all up
nice.
and I sent it to them and said, this is the metadata, right? So there's certain things that you can control as the project founder or owner. And there's just some of the technical stuff that I don't know how to do, right? That when I tell them this is the vision, then they got to figure out how they can do that code wise. And every step of the way, it was like, we can do that. We can do that. We can do that. We can do that.
Nice.
So what they have to do
Nice.
behind the scenes, dude, I have no idea. but
Right.
but uh but as far as translating the vision and then getting what we wanted, that was pretty simple because I think we had the right people on the
I was gonna,
boards.
if you got the right people in place, I guess it all works out, right?
Yeah. Now, with that all being said, I don't want to, a lot of mints on mint day things. There's snags, right? So
Sure.
I don't want to count my chickens before they hatched, of course. But so far, it's been great, and we've run a lot of tests ourselves to make sure that it's going to work the way we all think it's going to work. And so we're batting 1,000 in that regard, and so we're excited. We're excited, but we're going to be available. We're going to be streaming Sunday at
I
10
was just
a.m.
gonna
Yeah,
ask.
all day. So we're going to basically our mint starts at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. There's a lot of people that don't know about Cardano. There's some people that need
Sure.
to get a Cardano wallet. They need to get a Vesper wallet, or we're going to walk them through all that because it's all pretty easy. You go to the App Store, you download the Vesper wallet. Once you do that, you transfer some ADA from Coinbase, say, to your Vesper, And once you do that, you just go to our website, right in the Vesper wallet. There's just like a MetaMask. You go through the Vesper wallet, open up the search bar, go to our website. Now it's open in Vesper. It's going to say connect wallet. You connect the wallet. Now it's going to say, okay, you're ready to mint. And so you just,
Right.
it's pretty simple once you have the Vesper wallet if you're using a mobile device, and a NAMI wallet if you're on a desktop.
Yeah, I like the NAMI wallet. I really do. Pretty easy to use wallet.
Yeah, our company treasury is all in Cardano. So like everything we're we know Ethereum, we know Solana, but we really are based in Cardano land, man. So, yeah.
I get it. I get it. Well, I'm glad you were able to come on tonight. I know last week you were traveling. How was that traveling? How was California? How was all that? How was the family?
Dude, you won't believe. Like, all right, I don't know how much time do we have. So we're on the plane flying to San Francisco. Okay, my wife's sitting beside me. She looks at me and says, "I don't feel good." I'm like, I was like, "Do you need to go to the bathroom?" She's like, "Yeah, let me out of here." I was on the aisle. I let her through. She takes about 5 steps and she collapses in the plane on the plane, and she's unconscious now.
Oh my
Oh
God.
boy.
Totally out, man. Totally out, unconscious. So of course I'm freaking, right? We're 36,000 feet in the air,
Right.
and I'm like, I need some help here. And the attendants come, and a few doctors were on the plane, a few nurses, which was great. But they literally propped her up in a seat, gave her an IV on the plane.
Oh, no
She
kidding.
went through 2 IV bags. When we landed,
Wow.
she started coming around, because we had still like 2.5 hours to go in the air, and she's getting IVs. And we get off first because the squad comes. They let us off first. She gets all checked
Sure.
out. Can't find anything wrong with her. EKG, everything. Yeah, everything. And so we're like, okay, let's go to our son's house. We're going to see the grandkids, right? The new.
Right.
And so we get there. She seems fine. All good. A couple days go by. I look at her and I say, let's go down to the Golden Gate Bridge and take some photos and stuff like that. And she's like, okay. So jumps in the car. We go to the Golden Gate Bridge. Now I decided to film this, which I have the timestamps. So I'm filming going over the Golden Gate Bridge, and it's exactly 10:38 a.m. Pacific time.
Pacific, yeah.
And we get down around, as soon as you get off the Golden Gate Bridge, there's a pull off called Vista Point. You go down there, you can take pictures and stuff. We pull in there. There's people there with their phones. We get our phones out. We start taking pictures, and suddenly all of the phones around, there's probably 20 people, they all start sounding off these crazy sounding alarms. And we all pull out, we look at them, and it says, warning, you're in danger. We just had a 7.0 earthquake.
Oh, you were there for that?
At
Oh, my goodness.
7:38 or 10:38 a.m., which was when we were going across the Golden Gate Bridge. And it says, get out of the area. A tsunami warning is in place. You're in danger. Get out. Well, we're looking at each other. We're like, I'm looking across the bay and I'm thinking, this is not the place to be during a tsunami warning. I'm like,
Yeah.
we gotta get the hell out of here, man. And so of course everybody's thinking that. Total evacuation was in play. And we get out, we gotta go back across the bridge and get to higher ground. And we do that, and it gets better. At that night, we're back home now at my son's house. I'm sitting in the chair, and all of a sudden, I just start feeling nauseated, like really nauseated. And I
Oh,
get up
boy.
and I go to the bathroom, and I'm in there I'm getting dizzy. I'm getting nauseated. I don't know what's going on. I'm sick. I'm just suddenly sick. And I get so weak, like my legs are shaking. Like, I'm like, what is going on?
shit.
Next thing you know, I just start throwing up, just barfing all. I uncontrollably, I'm over the toilet. I am puking so hard that I pass out and my lip hits the toilet and it
Oh
bust
man.
open. I had a big cut on my lip. It's finally going away now, but I had a big cut on my lip. My wife comes in. She sees this blood and puke all over the place. And
Yeah,
she's
now
like,
she's
"What is
freaking
going
out.
on?"
Yeah, she's freaking out.
My son's a doctor, right? So he comes in and he's like, he has some sort of nausea medicine that he gave me. He's like, "Dad, you got to take this." And I really, and people say, "Well, what was wrong?" The only thing I can think of, man, is, you know, we're all energy, we're all vibrations, everything right down to our atom is energy. And
Amen to
I
that.
think that energy of that earth, man, and that earthquake, I think just something is like a force field hit my body. And I think it just kind of shifted my crystals in my ears or something. I don't know. But I'm trying to think, like, there was nothing wrong with me. All of a sudden I went through
Yeah,
that.
just
And
like
next
out
thing
of
you
the
know, I'm
blue,
sick.
bam.
You know, I'm trying to piece this together myself. But it was a wild trip. Let me put it that way. That's a long story. That's a long version, but it was a wild trip.
That's all right. I
That's
appreciate you
crazy.
sharing that.
I mean,
That's
I'm just glad
crazy.
you guys are all back home and safe and
Exactly.
sound. And
Yeah, but
Well, I'll tell you
me too.
what,
Thank
you know, Taco Bell has the same effect on me.
Oh,
you. Exactly. Exactly. And that's what that's what you think about. What did I eat? What did I drink? You know,
sure.
it's like,
I mean, that makes sense, right?
right.
What the heck? Oh man. Wow. I'm glad everything ended up being safe. And it looked like some of those pictures you shared seemed really great. Seeing the fam and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm guessing you probably don't get to see them often because they're off on the other side of
Yeah.
the US there, right?
Yeah. I go out probably 3-4 times a year.
Oh, good.
So I go out
Okay.
a little bit, like this year, I think it was like my third or fourth trip out there. He's been out there for 3 years. So I've probably been out there nine times, maybe something like that.
Sweet.
I would never have been to California if it wasn't for my son being his residency out there.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Does he like it out there, or is he thinking he's moving back your way?
Oh man, he's getting the hell out of there as fast as he can. Like, it's no secret, man. I'm a pretty conservative guy, and I got a pretty conservative family as far as that goes. And I love everybody, and I don't get into politics or anything like that. But it's just like that downtown is pretty scary. You know, it's pretty messed up. A lot of homeless, a lot of drugs, a lot of crime, a lot of. But the California as a state, Highway 1. It is the most beautiful scenic drive you can ever take in your life, man, down Highway 1. We went all the way to Big Sur, went down to Santa Cruz. We had a really good time just looking at the beaches and the little towns. And what's so really just unbelievable to me, California has done a really good job of preserving just no building, just all the nature. So you can drive for hundreds of miles and not hundreds of miles straight, but say 50 miles, and then you might see a little town or something. Then you keep going and another 50, 60 miles, and it's nothing but cows on one side and the ocean on the other. It's just beautiful. Right. It's just beautiful. It reminds me of being in, like New Zealand or just beautiful scenery. So they've done a really good job preserving all that. No wires, no houses, no condos on the shore, no hotels. It's just nature. It's just beautiful.
That sounds beautiful. I've never been to California, and for many of the reasons you just kind of alluded to there, I probably would never go. I got no family out there, nothing like that, but it sounds beautiful. And when you see it on TV or whatever, even on the internet, it always looks great. Always looks great. I mean, it must be a thing to see in person, though.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite pieces of going out there. Of course, seeing my grandkids and my son and his wife.
Oh, well, that's the bonus. Yes.
Yeah. Seeing the bonus is seeing all the beautiful scenery. We went to the redwood forest, and these things are just huge. Like, it would take 8 of us with our arms spread out to get around some of these trees. It's
Yep.
just crazy.
Well, yeah, some of those trees they cut holes into and hollow out a little bit, and you can walk in there, and it's almost like a small house
Yeah, I
or a
went in.
bungalow, I think you might call it.
Yeah, I went into one of them. My son and I, we went inside one of them, and it's just standing up, and you're just like, this is amazing. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's beautiful. I mean, that part of California is definitely worth a trip and opportunity to go if you ever get an opportunity to go. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I probably should, but we'll see.
I mean, I went to San Francisco back when I was around 12. I want to say between 11 and 13. We went to the Golden Gate Bridge, went down walked down the world's crookedest street. I mean, granted, that was a long time ago. But
I was gonna say there must be a lot of streets that are crooked there, right? Isn't that very hilly or whatever?
well, they have like one
the
whole
right place?
block or two that's designated as like the world's crookedest street, and it's literally like a curve like this.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's you remember, Keith, the old rice Roni, the San Francisco
Exactly. That's what I was thinking of in my head. I'm like, if I got the right place, am I thinking of the right place?
The streetcars, yeah.
Yeah, streetcar. Exactly. That's why I was like, the streets of San Francisco. Do you remember that show?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And here we go. I'm dating us here right now. But
Hola, Polo. I see Pollo's in here.
yeah, I was just going to acknowledge we got Bell Miner in the house and Retro Mike Tech. I voted Dynex mainly because Casper started a beef with them. I love that. Hey, whatever reason you want to vote for them, that works for me. I'm good. Pollo, welcome. Appreciate you being here, sir. And for just to reference what RMT is talking about, there should be polls as you're coming into either X, YouTube, and Patreon to vote for what we're going to dollar cost average into. Or, of course, again, you can put your vote into the live chat. Here are your options. What we're going to dollar cost, or what I'm going to dollar cost average into this week. Deeper Network, Dynex, Fry's Crypto, Flux, and Aether. And just so you know, a couple of those polls only gave me 4 options. So if you want to Fry in particular, you definitely got to put it into the live chat. So sorry about that.
So who knows anything about this Aether? I'm just starting to hear about it. I don't know anything about that.
Well, if you're here when what's his name, Daniel Diaz gets back, he can definitely explain it. But basically, hopefully I can do it justice here. Being able to use shared computing power for gaming.
Okay.
Is the, I think it has other purposes, but that's the what they're mostly promoting right now. So you don't need the top gaming computer. You can log in, use the shared, and according to him, the latency is like, there's non-existent. It's just bam. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is the retirement live stream. I see that. I saw that comment there, but.
Who said that?
Oh man. What's
They just wish they knew what we knew, huh, Keith?
Yeah, exactly right, man. Exactly right. Shorts. Oh, really?
I'm far behind. I'm 51, so I got a few years.
Yeah, you're in the club. You're in the club in the 50s. Yeah.
All right, maybe we'll let you in. Just saying, maybe.
Yeah, Keith's the game.
So what's the action? What's the action like in a retirement home? What are the ladies looking like these days?
Oh man, the door's closed, but the wife can still hear through it, so I can't say anything.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. Hey, did you guys see the interview with Roger Ver on Tucker? Any of you guys see that?
I didn't want to call it like a small portion of it, but yeah, it sucks about the news on that though.
I actually watched it today because there seemed to be some hype about it. So I was actually, okay, Tucker does what Tucker does. He asked a question. Let's whoever answer the question, kind of like Joe Rogan. But it was interesting to me to hear Roger Ver talking about like those early days, because to me, Roger Ver when he with the whole block size war thing back in 2017 with Bitcoin Cash, that kind of thing. And I mean, I was here for that, but like prior to that, when it was like he was talking, boy, I can't. And listen, this is it. That's all I've had so far. That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna go
But
put my food in the fridge really quick. I'll be right back.
Go ahead, man, and then it's my turn. But he was talking about being at I want to say it was oh my god, I'm having a brain cramp as to where they were. But I mean, just to be in that room with some of these early minds back in, I think he was saying 2012 or something like that. I mean, I can't even like wrap my head around that. Can you? Kind of even being there, the fly on the wall kind of thing. You know what I mean? It was it makes me want to get his book. Have either any of you guys got the book hijacking Bitcoin?
I don't have that one.
No, maybe. It makes me want to get the book. Is the long and the proverbial short of that. So I might do that. And then I watched okay. EDM Billy. There, you can see that. What's his name? Oh my god. From Dash. Joel Valenzuela. There it is. He did a free Roger stream today. Matter of fact, you know what? If you haven't watched that, you should watch that too. I've got it here somewhere, and here it is on his Digital Cash Rundown YouTube channel. And they talked a little bit about that, and even they were talking about when he was and a lot of those people were at Pork Fest up in New Hampshire, which is like an annual event where you can go up there. Obviously enjoy New Hampshire, but it's like so many vendors in this one area that just you pay with crypto, man. That's how you do it. Definitely, if you haven't watched that, I suggest I just put the link into the live chat. You go ahead and watch that. Yeah, like I said, it makes me want to buy the book. I think I'm going to buy that. Oh, sorry, Daniel. Daniel saying, "Hey, I'm here," but I didn't even see you. You're hiding down there. Welcome, Daniel. Sorry
Hold on
about
one
that.
second. I'm gonna get a call from Tallahassee. 1 second.
Okay, go ahead. No worries, man. See, he's I waited so long. He's taking calls now. But anyway, so what else? What else you guys got? We got Billy's book coming out this weekend. I'm talking about Roger Ver, which I hope that's the other thing. I know, to me, what happens to him, I don't care how you feel about him per se or Bitcoin Cash or whatever, but it makes sense to me that we should all, as a crypto community, be concerned about how this goes, because it will play out, I think, community wide. I know they're trying to do the tax evasion thing, but I'm sorry. I don't think everything's quite as cut and dry as they say it is. Again, my humble opinion doesn't reflect the opinions of everybody else here, as I'm trying to point around. But to me, I think it's something that we as a community need to keep tabs on as things go. Anybody want to throw their 2 cents in? Jump on in here.
Well,
Not just me.
have you guys seen the Netflix? They just added it a little. I don't know.
Oh, about the people that stole 72 million?
It totaled up to be, I think it was 4 billion in the end with the appreciation of Bitcoin. What if it's the Bonnie and Clyde of Bitcoin? It's literally the largest heist ever because of the value of Bitcoin now. But it's it's true. It's all true. It's a documentary. And it's this guy and this girl that found a way to backdoor the exchange. I think it was Bitfinex, wasn't it? I think it was.
Yeah.
There was a Bitfinex hack. I'm not familiar with what you're
Yeah.
talking about, though.
It was.
I remember that because it sounded like BitConnect, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Hey,
watched most of it, but I fell asleep. But no, that was actually a pretty good one, and I still want to rewatch it. Just
Yeah.
haven't had time.
It's
So-
fascinating because they found they were the culprits, and just like we know, their problem where they failed, where the reason they got caught was because they were able to get everyone's passwords, because they set it up so when they logged in, it was actually storing their password, and then it would send it to them, and then they would just slowly, one by one, just now that they had their password, just move their Bitcoin into these different wallets. And but their main snag and what got them busted was they had no place to off ramp this stuff without it ultimately, because everything's on the public ledger. They can see what wallet receives what, right? And so back in the day, there was this basically tumbler that they would send all these Bitcoins to, and they would tumble them up and then they'd send different ones back to you, so they couldn't track the actual Satoshis. And they did that kind of stuff, and it was like a Silk Road, but it was something. It was called something else, but the FBI shut that down, which they were using that. Ultimately, it was off ramping. They got sloppy. They thought years have went by now, and they didn't need to no longer be so careful. But the whole time, they were scoping it out behind the scenes, and it just turns out to be these two people that you'd otherwise think there's no way they have the brain power to do that.
Yeah,
But they did it.
yeah.
Yeah, they almost looked and acted like whack jobs.
If the
Really?
girl,
The way their life was, and
if the girl's if her hacking skill is equal to her rapping skill, like there is no way. Like
That was horrible.
I think she would just happen to be in the same room, so I don't really know what her role was.
sorry, what are you guys talking about? Who? Like what situation?
it's a new Netflix documentary that came out about they stole like, what was it, 75 million of Bitcoin back in like 2017, I want to say.
Is this the one? What was it called?
The Bitfinex hack, yeah.
Okay.
It's a good show. It's on Netflix now. I think it's called the Biggest Heist Ever or something like that.
I was wondering what that was. Yeah, I saw that on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, your mic is really low. I don't know if
Yeah.
have we talked about this already?
Yeah. He's that's why we're kind of just because yeah.
Is it better? Is it better?
That's better.
Yes.
Yeah, when you're talking on it like this, is better.
I can do that.
I thought he got his mic from Wish.com there for a second. Like,
Wish.com.
I mean, he was sounding fine to me. It's it's called Bitcon.
Oh, that's the name of the show. Okay, Bitcoin.
Oh wait, no, that's not one of the people. Yeah, because that was last year. No, that was this year. I don't know. You type in what's the new Netflix Bitcoin documentary, and there's a lot of them that come up.
I think it's called The Greatest Heist.
Yeah, there you go. That's
so.
the one. That's the one. Daniel, welcome. And
Yes.
I've got questions for you already, buddy.
I'm here. Let's do it.
Well, let's start with Billy's question first, because he was asking me about Aether, and I did my best, but I know you probably could be more eloquent than I. So
yeah, I'm a managing member, a founding member of a VC firm called Logos Capital Partners. Our website should be up soon if it's not already up. And we just did an update for our members in the venture capital firm on Aether. So what Aether is, it's an AI centric company. They have over 46,000 H100 GPUs, which are high performance GPUs. And their initial business plan, which is why we invested, was to provide computing power for people who can't afford like high-end GPUs or computers or phones. So essentially, as long as you have, let's say you have a Pentium processor, you have internet connection and a keyboard and a screen, you can actually log in. You buy the Aether tokens, which are the gas tokens. You pay with Aether to use their AI processing power, and then you can play video games as if you had like a 4080 running with a Pentium processor, or if you have an old like iPhone 10, and if you have a web browser on iPhone 10, you can play like high-end iPhone or computer phone games with it. So that was the initial, but they have just partnered. I learned when we were doing our update, they just partnered with another AI company that specifically fixes errors in what are the multi-language ML not MLLs
Oh yeah,
MLLs
the oh my god, multimedia.
whatever, you know what I'm talking about, whatever
LLMs.
ChatGPT is.
LLMs.
Large
Yes.
LLMs.
large language models.
Yeah, large language
Okay.
models. So if you go on the website, I think a press release about that. So they just got into a partnership providing the processing power for them to check AI to make sure there's no errors in data. So within a half of a nanosecond, once you put something in, this new company will check everything in the data to make sure the information coming out is correct. So they're moving right now. There's the gaming solution, but they're making partnerships with other AI companies because they have so much processing power. So Aether is multifaceted. It isn't just gaming anymore.
Oh, see, so I'm glad I asked, because I definitely did not do that justice.
And I only know that because one of the founders is one of our advisors in our venture capital firm, and he keeps us updated on the happenings of Aether.
Now with that Aether
Nice.
network, can you rent a GPU and mine on it, or is it just for video games?
Only video games. Now, I'm sure if you no, it's not really good for mining. The H100s are plus mining's dead. I mean, as last time I checked, which was maybe a month or two ago, there really aren't any GPUs mining that are profitable. So
Well, that's
but yeah, Aether.
Retro Mike, is he still in the chat? He's the big miner guy.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know what? I forgot about the public chat.
I like mining. It's just all my rigs are down because I have some kind of an issue with my 240 outlet. Keeps blowing
Gotcha.
power supplies.
Yeah,
So I have this whole rack of rigs behind me, but not a single one of them will turn on.
wait, what is the PSUs? What's the voltage rating?
They're all 240 compatible.
But are you running 240 in your house? Typically, that's 110.
I had some on 110, but in the beginning of the year, I had a 240 outlet installed.
Yeah.
Because I was going to expand, and then I expanded my farm, and I switched everything to 240. And then every time there's like a little power blip, one power supply just fucking goes, whoop, done.
Yeah,
Not working.
those they're probably made for 110 to 180, and then 240 compatible. They're Chinese PSUs. Are they Chinese PSUs, or are they made in the US?
I think two of them are, but the rest are like HP server PSUs, and the rest are just
Yeah,
off the
I had a
shelf,
pretty
basic.
large crypto mining farm. I had over 400 GPUs, hundreds. I mean, I went through PSUs, motherboards like crazy, buying them from China.
Well, see, and this is what I'm understanding. So two of my rigs, I had on 120 for like 2.5 years, no issues. I put them all in a metal rack, connected them to 240, and
how much
I added more.
How much of the GPUs pooling? How many watts?
Like per GPU, per rig, or total?
Per PSU, how many GPUs do you have running? And then how much is it drawing? Do you have a meter?
Yeah. So most of the time I'm between 60 to 70% of the max rating of the power supply.
And what is
under
your
the
rating?
80%?
The PSU rating, is it an 80, 84, 90, 94 gold?
Oh God, I got no idea.
Yeah. So it could say 700 watts or whatever. I don't know, 1,000 watts. But if it's like an 80, which is the lower end, like Chinese GPUs, it really means it runs 80% of whatever the max is. If it's a 90-92, it means you're running more 92% of the total max. So you can't go off the max. It goes off
Well,
of the
see, but here's like the weird part. So my 5 card 3070 Ti rig was running for probably 9 months, and then a little while here and there, I was turning it on and off because it wasn't really profitable. But I had it running for like about a week straight. Shut it down one night before I went to bed. Woke up, went to work, came home, went to go turn it on. The
that's
power
the
supply
problem.
will turn on, the breakout board will turn on, but then the motherboard don't turn on.
What I learned,
And I'm like,
what I learned
nothing
in my 2
happened. All I
years,
did was just hit power off on Hive OS,
yeah.
and then came home from work and hit the power button, hit the power switch, and nothing.
Yeah, I found through my 2 years of GPU mining that if you turn off machines when they've been running nonstop, it will seize up and freeze. There's something with GPUs and motherboards, they don't like it. Like, so what we did was we didn't actually turn off the machines. We just like told them to stop mining, and it was in standby, but they were always on. Once, because we realized a pattern, the machines that we never turned off were fine. The minute we turned off a machine for an extended period of time to save money and we turned it back on, things would start seizing up, motherboards would burn out, PSUs would pop. It's because they're, I don't know what it is. Dude, when you're crypto
Well,
mining,
I know you got to kind of treat them like an ASIC. You can't
Yeah.
just unplug them or turn them off. You got to, like an ASIC, you pull the Ethernet, but with like, GPUs, you hit stop mining or stop miner, you let it cool down for like an hour or two, and then you shut it off properly, because then that way everything has had time to release the heat. But I did all that next day after work. Nope, won't even turn. Like the power supply turns on, the breakout board turns on, it powers all 5 GPUs, but then the motherboard just does nothing.
yeah, motherboards are so. Dude, I went through thousands of freaking motherboards from China. Now, it was because I was paying like $105, $110 because I buy them in bulk. When off of eBay, they're like $200 something, and I build like 8 GPU rigs myself to save money. But dude, if I could do it all over again, like my mining operation, I would never have fucked with GPUs. It is so much waste and replacement parts, and ASICs just run forever, But like we had a hurricane come, I had to turn it off because of the hurricane and everything, and then power went out, and I was out for maybe 3-4 days, and so many damn ASICs seized up just because the humidity in Florida too. Also, depends where you're mining. If you're mining in a high humidity area, it doesn't matter if you have filtration throughout the whole room. You really can't, unless you have a reverse feedback where you're pumping heat into the intake area to try to dry up. I mean, there's not enough. I mean, it would have cost $50,000 to get the machines to suck up the moisture. Florida sucks for mining. I mean, it just does. You're better off mining in a desert, like in Texas, man. Texas is great. On the west coast of Texas, I mean, I would do it all over. I would do everything containers. And you can, if you need to move, you can close up the containers, ship it somewhere. I wish I would have done containers early on. I'd still be in business right now mining things if I had containers because I could move my operation. But when Florida canceled all the power purchase agreements, increased electricity rates from 5.5 cents to 9.5 cents, I mean, that was the death of my business.
That's a big jump.
Dude,
Rain, welcome.
my vote's Aether too. Where is what's it? Joe? Is he not coming?
He has not got back to me. I don't know where he is. He did Piper Academy at 4:00, and then I haven't heard from him since. So I did message him. I'm not sure if he's showing up. And and Daniel, you said you wanted Aether. Okay, so there we go. I've recorded those, and for those if you want Fry's Crypto, you definitely got to put it in the live chat. And otherwise, there's polls on YouTube, X, and Patreon.
This is what
do we got tonight there? Hold on. Hang on. Where are you? Here we go.
I love this whiskey so much. I bought it for the first time maybe when I went on vacation after working. My board forced me to go on vacation. I went to St. Augustine for a week. I bought 2 of these bottles because they were so delicious. And I went back this past weekend, like I told you, with Jen, bought 3 of these bottles along with three other whiskey, moonshine, and everything. Freaking delicious. It's like drinking
Man,
peanut butter and jelly, man. It's
if
Oh
you
my God. Yeah, it is
Oh,
good.
butter, you put peanut butter in anything, I will buy it. Like by default.
yeah, and they're a local distillery. They're only in St. Augustine. They don't really have a distribution network. So you buy 5 bottles, they're about $27 each. You get the 6th one free. So I bought 5, got a 6
There's
bottle
nothing
free.
like enabling alcoholism. I love it.
Yeah,
beautiful,
well,
man.
that's what we do. I'd say that's what we do. Well, maybe that's what we do here. But I do have a gold related question for you, but I just want to zip through these. Bell Miner is saying he mines in Florida. So
what's your power rate, Bell Miner?
Let's see. Poyo is saying be careful about mining in container miners and containers never works out.
That's not true. I consulted with some of the largest mining companies, Kaboom Racks, Art Digital just acquired them when they went public. I've worked with Wadham. The entire world, the large mining operations, they only do containers. So I mean,
a lot of these do containers. Yeah, I know that. I mean, I don't know how they work out, but
Bitmain has gigawatt facility, all containers. I mean, it is the most efficient, cheapest way to do it.
You're welcome, Rain. Let's see what else we got. Bell Mine is saying I've been running B250 mining experts with no problems for years.
I could never get the B250 motherboards to work with my GPUs. I don't know. Maybe it was I'd buy one, it wouldn't work. I'd buy another one, it worked for a few days. I mean, it takes 15 miners, but the for me, I don't know. Maybe you're in Florida. I don't know. Maybe I just got bad batches of B250.
I was gonna say it could have been a bad batch. And RMT saying, container's best way to mine. So there you go.
And you can buy a container now for like 30, 40, 50 grand, fully loaded. Like the prices when I first started mining, they were quoting $150,000 to $200,000 for a fully loaded container. The prices have really come down because of competition. You have Digital Shovel. I like Digital Shovel's containers. There's Bitmain has containers, and then you got people in Mexico making containers. I mean, just containers are the way to go now. I mean, when I started mining, it was just the whole container manufacturing was coming into being. And
Poyo said that was supposed to be a joke. Oops, sorry, we didn't get it.
Went over my head, man. It went over my head.
Like, there you go.
So can you buy a turnkey setup and send it somewhere to host?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you've got probably $1 million.
Well, the problem is power rate. I mean, like getting your power. That is probably like the biggest issue.
The number one look, as crypto miners, we're basically power companies, right? Because we get charged, let's say 5.5 cents. I charge my clients, say 6.5, 7 cents. That's where we make most of our money. And then there's management fees for our employees, keeping maintenance. Like my operation, every month we will take every machine off, every GPU off, we blow it out, clean it, we maintain everything. I can't say most mom and pop operations, like my operation was only about a half a megawatt. You're not really a big boy until you get to the 1 megawatt. FP&L won't really mess with you until you get to 1 megawatt. But I was lucky. I was working. I had my mining operation in a defunct prison, and we were grandfathered in with a lot of power rates and everything. But FP&L canceled that. I mean, one of my closest friends in the industry, he had an operation in St. Augustine. He was paying 4.8 cents. I was paying 5.5. They canceled his and he was pulling 1.2 megawatts. They canceled his power purchase agreement. He took his machines over to Texas and Pennsylvania. Like a lot of miners shut down about 2 years ago when FP&L went to and canceled power purchase agreements. So they had to go to the legislature to do that. Look, we could have done solar, but to put solar for half a megawatt, you really need a full megawatt of solar, and it was like almost $1 million. It just didn't make any sense to build out a megawatt facility to have battery. I mean, it just didn't make sense.
To do solar for a mining farm, you're better off just doing solar and feeding it into the grid and taking what money they give you.
Yeah, we talked to man for like 6 months. We were working with FP&L trying to figure out. We were looking to buy. We almost closed on a deal on an old defunct ethanol plant right down the street from where I had my operation. but the owners got a little too greedy when they found out we were trying to do it for Bitcoin, and it fell apart. So, I mean, it would have been great to buy an old ethanol plant. It had 14 megawatts live, and we could have expanded to 21 megawatts, but the owners just didn't want to play ball, man. We negotiated for 3 months, and it really sucked. But I mean, I really love my the company, the mining life, when I was working it full time. Now I'm more of a consultant. I help people build mining rigs and acquire machinery and so forth if they need it. That's like literally a side hustle. I do this full time, lobbying, running Cities for Sound Money, talking gold and silver and blockchain technology for real assets. So
that's where my question was coming to. First, let me bring this up because I know you last time you and Poya were going back and forth about the Florida gold back. So there you go. He's pre-ordered them. So
they're beautiful.
He says he pre-ordered all of them.
Yeah, that's
I'm assuming that's like maybe one of each.
I think it's 193 gold backs total if you get a full set. So whatever $5.30 is times 193 or something like that.
That's
or 93, 92 and a half. Yeah.
I had the money.
Yeah. No,
after taxes, that's a little over $1,000.
Yeah, it's beautiful, like man. The gold backs are the Florida gold backs. The artist, I met with Jeremy Cordone when I was in St. Augustine. He lives in Jacksonville. We had brunch together. He was telling me the story. They had an artist, but they hired a researcher to research the history of Florida. So every single Florida gold back has a lot more history associated to Florida. There's a lot of symbolism, and they did a beautiful job bringing history and artwork together. They put a lot of effort and money into the gold backs in Florida.
So in your outreach, what are you going to state to state, or how? Of course, I'm going to ask for my state. Have you gone to Alabama for anything?
So I'll tell you our top priority states. Number one priority is Florida. Then we have Texas. We have a partnership with Economic War Room. They're kind of spearheading Texas. And then the 6 states that currently have gold and silver as legal tender, those are the next high priority, which is Utah, Wyoming, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Arizona, and Louisiana, because they have physical, but we want to push the digital gold and silver. Then Missouri, because we spent a lot of time in Missouri last year. That's our next to Florida. I'd say Florida. Missouri is our next high priority state. And then we have some medium and low priority states, just because the legislature isn't friendly. We spent a lot of time in New Hampshire, but the committee in New Hampshire that will hear our bill, it takes pride. He's quoted, takes pride in killing all gold and silver bills, because New Hampshire is all about freedom and liberty. And every session, somebody does something with gold. So we're waiting for him. And he has so much money, he can stay in there forever until he passes away. He's the heir of the Alcoa company, the aluminum company of America.
Yeah.
So he has hundreds of millions of dollars. So even if I had a super PAC with $50 million to take him out, he could put $100 million in and win. And New Hampshire is the third largest legislative body in the world behind India and the United States Congress. They only have 3,000 representatives. So spending that much money on a 3,000 person district to get them out just doesn't make sense. So we our sponsors didn't really do anything in New Hampshire. And South Carolina was another high priority state, because our founder was from there and our chairman lives there now. But the rhinos control the legislature, and they hate the Freedom Caucus, which is pushing the gold and silver. So there's states like that. Now, Alabama, I know Alabama was doing something last year. They're one of our 27 states. We had some type of sound money legislation. I think it was getting rid of capital gains. I'm not sure what happened. I have to look at the website. But if there are states out there that want to bring gold and silver legislation, reach out to us. Go to citizens4soundmoney.org, fill out the form, and just say, hey, I heard Daniel on Crypto on the Rocks. I'd like to bring legislation. What we would need is, if you have a relationship with somebody in the legislature already, let us know, because the deadline for filing bills is coming and gone for a lot of states. Some states allow you to file a bill whenever, I don't know which states that is. There's a lot of research. But if you are in a state that wants to bring gold and silver legal tender and legal tender for electronic and physical gold and silver, let us know. We'll work with the Sound Money Defense League. We'll work with the National Coin and Bullion Association to try to bring legislation through. But like we're a nonprofit, we don't have unlimited funds, so we have to be very strategic in where we deploy. And Florida and Texas, if they pass this legislation, it's going to be a domino effect for the rest of the country. It's going to be a lot more easier, especially with our TV show coming out. If we get Florida and Texas to pass it this year, which I feel really good about Florida, and then we come out with this TV show highlighting what happened in those two states and any other states, because Missouri has the same legislation and so forth. And I think in Utah, they're trying to pass legislation to make the state of Utah accept gold and silver for payments of taxes and so forth. I mean, it'll completely next year. It'll be a completely different situation because the TV show is going to be on the Science Channel, has like 2.6 million viewers on primetime. So and then we're going to be on Netflix and Amazon Prime. So a lot of awareness is going to.
So you'll be bigger than CNN.
Yeah, bigger than CNN.
Yeah,
a lot bigger than CNN.
Sorry, I just had to throw that in there. Sorry about that.
So let me ask you this: when you go to different states, are you finding any kind of relationship when it comes to the age, the medium age of
that's a good
Congress
question.
when it comes to adopting stuff like this, or is it just an ideological thing? Because I know with Bitcoin and some of those technologies, it's the younger people get it, and the older people are like don't want to do the research. So when you guys are trying to sway, are you finding the younger crowd to, or at least the legislator that has younger, newer people in to actually adopt that?
So last year, 90% of my job when I met with a legislator, which on average lobbyists only get 15 minutes. So for 10 minutes, I'm educating, like I can count with one hand how many people actually I didn't need to do that with. I had to educate what money was, what was a gold standard, because most of these people have lived in a fiat standard their whole lives. The age of legislators are 40s plus or minus 10, right? So people who are 60 plus that actually lived during a gold and silver standard in America, they're not really legislators anymore. So a lot of it is education. So this year in Florida, Missouri, and any other state that we've been in the last year, it's easier, right? Because all we're doing is like, hey, it's great to see you again. Thank you for supporting the bill. Here's an update on what we've done. We pared down the bill. We took out some of the more controversial things, and we made it a lot easier. Instead of 17 pages, it's 2 pages. And we separated the sales tax, like here in Florida. So we are a lot more strategic because last year was a learning experience because we had this omnibus bill that did everything, created a depository, created a reserve in gold and silver, getting rid of all taxation, making gold and silver legal tender and electronic gold and silver. So last year we had 5 things in our bill. We pared it down to only 2 things: making gold and silver legal tender, digital and physical, which would be 1, but we combined it, and getting rid of all taxation. That is in our Sound Money Act right now. A lot easier to understand. So it was kind of fortuitous that we did this omnibus bill, because when we've been meeting with legislators these last 2 weeks, it's like, oh, okay, it's a lot easier now, right? The CFO of Florida just came out with a press release saying that he's pushing the $200,000 study that we were able to acquire for gold and silver in Florida. That study was announced publicly this week on Wednesday. We did a follow-up release thanking the CFO for pushing that study, and he's leaning towards making gold and silver legal tender in Florida. And he wasn't for it before. He was against it because we required the depository for the state to manage, and we gave a lot more responsibility to the CFOs. And last year, that was the number one issue that killed the bill. The treasurers and the CFOs and the comptrollers in every state that we pushed it balked at it because they didn't want the response. In fact, like New Hampshire, the treasurer of New Hampshire is like, we only have 22 employees.
Yeah.
Compare that to Florida that has 2,900 employees, right?
Yeah.
Like New Hampshire.
Trying to convince anybody that their job's going to get a little bit harder, and usually is like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
We pared that down, and all we're focusing on this year is making gold and silver and electronic gold and silver legal tender and getting rid of taxation on it.
Well, and that's the good thing is if you make it legal tender, it kind of by default should eliminate from the taxes.
State taxes, yes, not federal. Federal, we still need to. So Alex Mooney, good friend of mine, he was a member of Young Americans for Freedom back in the 80s, and I was executive director of it in the 2000s. He is the one that was pushing getting rid of capital gains at the federal level. He lost his election for U.S. Senate. So my current congressman in my district, Mike Herodopoulos, he is a history professor, a lobbyist for a long time, the greatest Senate president Florida has ever had. He is smart. He's one of the few congressmen that actually know monetary policy. He said he's willing to take up Alex Mooney's bill, and with Donald Trump and the change of the atmosphere in just the political arena, I think it might be possible. If we make Bitcoin a reserve asset, why not get rid of capital gains? We're getting rid of taxes on tips. Like, it makes sense to get rid of taxes at the federal level on gold and silver.
Yeah. I'm with you. Well,
So
that
what was
was
your
going to be
question?
my other. What was that?
Did you ask me your question about gold yet?
Well, his question led into my question, kind of, and it was just I thought I read something that you guys made some headway about that in Florida, and I was going to ask you to bring that info, and you did.
Yeah.
C90, welcome, sir.
Hello, everybody. And what was your follow-up question?
No, that was it. And like I said, you just basically answered it. You took my knees out from under me. It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I talk fast. I'm Cuban, so I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Well, that's I'll tell you what, you seem busy. I mentioned in my live stream yesterday, I had asked you to come on, and I thought that was going to be great because I talked about the Trump threatening the BRICS nations and that kind of thing. And I thought, oh, what a perfect person to be jumping on there and talking about that. But the man was busy lobbying. I get it, man.
We met with the Senate president's office yesterday at that time. So our meeting was at 9:30. I think you had it at 10. We were literally in the middle of talking to their
I'm
main
just
attorney.
busting you. It's all good.
Yeah, no worries. But it was great, man. Florida's looking very positive. I mean, I was optimistic because we had so much support in the House, but in the Senate president didn't even give us a shot. They didn't even let a hearing, and the House wouldn't move unless the Senate was moving. But we were able to get a $200,000 appropriations bill to study the impacts of gold and silver in Florida. For those who are listening, we only have a sales tax. We have no income tax. We have no capital gains tax. So the sales impact, getting rid of sales tax in Florida, on the low end will be at 1.4 million, the high end 3.1 million. So we're averaging it out to $2 million lost. Florida has over $100 billion budget. So, 1 to 3.1 million is not a lot in comparison to the actual Florida budget. To an individual, that's life-changing. But for the state of Florida, it's not that much, especially when you factor in that it's a regressive tax. It impacts those the most that can't afford to buy $500 worth of gold. And also Florida is the only Republican state in the country that has a sales tax on gold and silver. The only other 3 states that have sales tax are New Mexico, Hawaii, and New Jersey, which are all blue states.
Oh, Maine does too.
Not sales tax. Capital gains, yeah.
I got charged sales tax on my gold purchase.
Really?
Yes, I did.
Let me look.
Yes, I did. I was in shock. I'm like, why am I getting charged sales tax?
He said something earlier that I didn't even think about. Everybody always talks about capital gains when it comes to selling crypto, but state, I never even thought about that. Like one more tax to throw on top of us.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know if that was an error, but or not. But I got charged sales tax on my last gold purchase. Yes.
No, it says Maine taxes gold and silver platinum at 5.5. However, in May of 2023, the Maine Senate passed a bill to remove tax and intended effective on January 1st. It passed into law it passed into law. So you need to talk to those people that you.
I will.
Let me double check. If you go to Sound Money Defense League.
No, is that in all 50 states?
I know the legislator. He's the chairman of PorkFest and the New Hampshire. He's the main senator that moved to New Hampshire.
Okay. Really, Eric
Bragg.
Yeah, Eric.
He's the one that pushed the sales tax bill. I'm almost certain they got rid of it. Hold on.
Well, I will reach out to him. I appreciate that information. Thank you.
Yeah, here we go. Let me see. State laws, Maine.
Yeah, or Breaky.
Sales tax. Maine has started the process of freeing. Yeah, so they passed it. Maine legislature introduced provide sales exemption. It looks like they did get rid of it.
Okay, well then I've got some follow up to do because I got nailed with some sales tax.
Yeah, I'm double checking. Let me ask Eric. I'll get him on Signal and if he's awake.
No sales tax on gold and silver. Is that all 50 states?
Yeah, as far as I know, there's only 4 states. If Maine still has a sales tax, I'm gonna have to update and tell everybody I talk to that there's actually 5 states. But it's still Maine's a Democrat state. Florida's still the only Republican state with a sales tax.
Which kind of shakes my head how
And look,
Maine is a Democrat state, but that's a whole nother story. Anyway,
technically, Kentucky got rid of sales tax, but there's a constitutional crisis right now. The governor line item vetoed that part of the bill, saying that under Section 88 of the Kentucky Constitution, he can line item.
line item veto.
No, but specifically, he only has the authority to line item veto appropriations bill. The Attorney General came out and said that that's outside the scope of the governor's power because this is not an appropriations bill. This is a revenue bill. And then the Department of Revenue, so the legislature was going to overturn his veto, but on advisement of the Attorney General, they said the Attorney General said he doesn't have the constitutional authority. So the legislature only had 60 days to overturn the veto, and it passed. Now, the Department of Revenue in Kentucky is ignoring the Attorney General and is still collecting sales tax. And there's this limbo right now. The legislature got rid of it. The governor used his line item veto unconstitutionally. So we're waiting for somebody who has the money and is willing to take this up in the courts. We at Citizens Without Money will write a legal brief supporting the Attorney General's decision. It's just the problem right now is nobody is willing to fork out the bullion dealers and to Kentucky. Not a single bullion dealer in Kentucky is willing to pay the money. So they're still collecting sales tax. And the citizens that have been impacted and have standing for paying sales tax don't have the money to take on the state.
Right.
There's 2 legislators that are attorneys that are willing to do it. I'm still waiting to hear back from them. But there is no suit yet. I know the suit will win. It's expensive to bring a suit against a state. So we're waiting. If you're out there, you got some money and you want to support Kentucky, reach out to us or Sound Money Defense League or the National Coin Bullion Association so that we can fund the lawsuit. Because right now the courts are the only ones that can settle this, and nobody's willing to put out the money to fight fight the government to make sure gold and silver is exempt. So there's a lot of stuff going on, man. People don't pay attention.
There is a lot of
politics,
stuff. Holy cow! But
it's there's a lot, and as you can tell, I was super busy. I would love to have been on that call yesterday, but
I know. I was just, but it would have been great to have you. Don't get me wrong, but I understand. You got to do what you got to do, man.
I think if you
take
rallied
care of the day job,
if you rallied all the pawn shops across the state, because they deal.
Yeah, but the amount of time and effort to run a campaign like that, I'm the only full-time employee at C4SM. We got a couple of part-timers. We got our executive board that's volunteering, and then we have a marketing guy.
I was just kidding.
No.
That they traded a bunch, so.
Yeah, and it would be great to do that. It's just the time. Like if I had a team of like 4 or 5 lobbyists and whatever, we had a budget of millions of dollars. Sure, why not? We don't have that right now. And we're growing. We're taking donations. And if you want to support Citizens Sound Money, go to become a member, become a pioneer. It's $25 a year. You get access to one of the best bullion aggregators, and you're supporting a great cause. Kentucky.
And the link is in the description of this live stream, by the way.
There you go.
And there you go. C90 is giving you some 411 on Kentucky and lawsuits.
Yeah, man, it'll take years. That's the thing. And what the legislature is going to do, and I talked to a couple of our partners like Sound Money Defense League, JP Cortez. They're going to file the bill again, and they're going to file the bill again, it's going to pass, right? Because it passed last year. And then what they're planning on doing is letting the governor veto it, and then they're going to overturn the veto. But we got another year of people paying sales tax when the legislature, which is supposed to be the most powerful branch of government, has been usurped by a governor who unconstitutionally uses line item veto, and then the Department of Revenue, which is under the executive branch, is ignoring the Attorney General and the legislature.
I'll tell you another thing that may help is something that doesn't really cost you much, or actually doesn't cost you anything, is if you were to come up with a template letter to send out to all your listeners, everybody that you could actually, they'll actually hear you and is actually interacting with you on these streams is to send their representatives,
Yes.
say like, look, we want this. They get attention. They do pay attention when you get a group of people who are saying like, hey, I'm a voter, and that's key word there, voter, that really wants this to go through. And this will be an issue for me in my next voting session.
Yeah, so here's a statistic that I share with citizen lobbyists. That means anybody can be a lobbyist. The minute you talk to a politician about an issue, you're a citizen lobbyist. What differentiates me from you is I get paid for it, and I have to register with the state as a lobbyist. So here are numbers that are interesting that I like sharing with people. An email represents about 50 votes. A phone call represents about 150, 200 votes. A written letter represents about 1,000 votes, and going in person represents about 5 to 10,000 votes, right? Because citizens don't typically show up in the office. They get a bunch of emails, they get a bunch of phone calls. They don't get a lot of handwritten letters. In fact, almost every legislator that I've talked to gets a handwritten letter, like you write on the front, and you actually you can type it inside, but you write the address in the front. They always open it because hardly anybody does that. That's why it represents 1,000 votes. And they will read your letter. They will take the time. If you go in person, that's even more. Less people do that.
So it's POE. It's proof of effort.
Proof of effort or proof of work. Right.
Yeah.
But even then, depending on the state, like we had hundreds of people call in to the Senate president to try to give us an opportunity to hear the Sound Money Act in Florida last year. You know what they did? They shut off the phones. They shut off the phones and they don't respond to the emails. So it doesn't. And in some cases, if you call too much in one day, they'll just shut off the phones and they won't respond. So you want to disperse it. You want to call every day and just have that consistent pressure. Persistence is persistence and determination, the most powerful force in the world. Everything has been possible because of people, one person or a group of people who never gave up, even when, like William Wilberforce, for 20 years in the Parliament of the UK, tried to get rid of slavery, and he finally did. Right? It took him 20 years. It takes persistence to get changes done. In Florida, we were a hardcore blue state through the 90s. Then we became a purple state. Now we're the most conservative state in the union. Sorry, New Hampshire and Texas, we took that title because Trump loves our officials and bureaucrats so much. He's pulling them all out of the state of Florida, and Trump is going to make America Florida. Let's just call it that, straight up.
Hey.
We are the greatest damn state in the union. You should follow suit.
Sorry, we're trying to deal with a couple of background issues here. So I just wanted to bring this up just because C90 said, yeah, it's going to that lawsuit he was just talking about in Kentucky, going to a jury trial next month, which
well, good luck,
that
man.
is kind of unusual, I would think, for patent law or a patent lawsuit kind of thing. And yeah, see, Billy was smart. He said he knows, and I love his answer. Wish I didn't. Wish I didn't.
Yeah. So, man, let me tell you, for everybody listening, you guys, you want to know the most efficient and effective way to get things done in government? Legally bribing your politicians. And how do you legally bribe them? You give them money to their super PAC or their leadership PAC or their individual PACs for their campaigns. That is the most efficient and easiest way to get things done in government.
At what level do they see that though?
So
like the $5 is probably not going to give you any.
No. I'm talking about leadership, giving money to the governor, the Speaker of the House, and the Senate. And depending on the state, you're looking at anywhere from $25,000, $50,000 to $100,000 per person. That gets their attention. And then if you're talking about legislators, like in Florida, the max you can give is $1,000. So you give $1,000 as an individual, then you have a super PAC that gives $1,000, and then they have their PAC, and then you're giving them $5,000, $10,000. I mean, it doesn't guarantee their vote. I mean, that's illegal. You can't buy votes that way. But I'm telling you, they don't ignore the fact that you gave 10, 15, 20,000, especially if their campaign for the state cost them $150,000 to $200,000 to run. You give them 10% of their entire budget to run for their campaign. They're going to listen. I'm not going to say which legislatures, but I was in representative's office getting calls from the insurance lobby telling them, remember that money I gave you, that $15,000 I gave you, I need you to vote this way. That's just how it works in America, unfortunately.
Sad.
And it's
You know,
because
so-
if you sit it,
So tell me, I keep hating to throw stuff at your way, but
Actually, could I interrupt for 1 second, guys?
Yeah.
Sorry. Write down your question or whatever you need. But Billy needs to wrap up and head out. But I'd like to give him an opportunity to tell everybody who wasn't here earlier about the NFT book they're printing and anything else he wants to talk about before he heads out.
No.
And then we'll go back to you guys.
I'm good, brother. I just wanted to, in the private chat, let you know I gotta run, but this is great. I enjoy listening to this, learning. So, no, I appreciate it. Didn't want to interrupt the momentum.
No,
It's all
that's
good,
all
brother.
right. But please do remind everybody that's watching and anybody that watched on the replay, because again, you're going to be streaming starting at 10 on Sunday.
Yeah, so 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So our book, NFT Book Mint, is Sunday for Billy Goat Tales, and it's a leadership book, and it's 170 speakers that spoke, and we discussed topics such as honor and character and persistence and taking action and goal setting and community, and all under the umbrella of the crypto currency community. And so we had Charles Hoskinson's in it. He was on. We had Crypto Lifer, we had Crypto Crow, Jason on there. We had Frankie Candles, Army Piper, Alex O, Miss Teen Crypto. I mean, just all of the crypto YouTubers.
All the names.
All participated in helping us create this. And so that's Sunday at 10 a.m. We're going to be live streaming on our channel, which is Billy O Tales on YouTube. And that's for people because we're on a Cardano blockchain. So anybody that needs help or needs to understand what to do exactly, we're gonna be live, like listen to the chat, answering questions, making sure it goes seamless and smoothly. And it's only 25 ADA. So we kept the price really low on purpose because it's really a crowdsourced book, right? So it's all about the community, and they're in the book. They're quoted in the book. The 170 speakers, which includes the YouTubers that came up and some of the project founders. We had Caspa on, the founders of Caspa. There's a lot of interesting people on there. The owner of the guy that created Trump Coin, MAGA coin.
Oh, yeah.
He's on. So we had a good mix of people talking about leadership topics and the cryptocurrency space. And it's all in the book. And it's really, really cool. Yeah, that's Sunday at 10 o'clock. And we're looking forward to it, man.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate you doing that, and I'm going to try and tune in as much as I can. Sundays, tough days for me, but I'm going to try. Thanks for being here tonight, Billy. I appreciate you jumping in.
Yeah, brother. Of course. Anytime, man.
Appreciate
Anytime,
it.
man.
I know
Anytime,
you're
my
always
man.
at least in the chat or something, but it's nice to have you on here so we can actually talk to you.
Yeah, I try to pop in and say hi and support you guys all the time.
yeah, I think actually with you coming on, I think I may be wrong, but I think the viewership of this channel has picked up, right?
Yes, it has. Yes, it
Well,
has.
it's all connections, right? We're all in it together, just trying to carve our way out just like everybody else. So,
Amen to that. Amen to that.
all right, guys, have a good one, man.
All right. Thanks again.
All right.
And links
Thanks,
to
Billy.
everything.
All right,
Take
see you
care.
later, brother. Thanks.
I'll see you on
Link to
Sunday.
all he was
hopefully.
talking about is in the description and in the live chat for Billy Goat Tales, the website. So go ahead, check that out for the NFT book if you're interested. Guys, I appreciate you having patience. I know you were ready to jump in there, 100 Air, with another question. So go to it. I'm going to go get me another drink while you do that.
Okay. Well, what I was going to ask Brother Diaz was, what can the average person that's less than, that makes less than $100,000, obviously not deep pockets, can our physical presence being at some meeting, some event, see, the politics thing is a totally foreign to most people about how stuff works, but can we attend things like you would say, like your city council meetings? I mean, is that on the state level? Can you do that?
Yeah. So don't make me. I said a few things. I'm just sharing the reality of the situation. I said the easiest, most efficient way to get things done is greasing the rails. The hard work is getting grassroots and getting enough people to show up at the Capitol consistently to keep bringing up issues. So if most people have full-time jobs. So if you can't show up to your capital, email, call, show up at local events where your legislator, go to the district office, and you can go to the district office and go in person. That counts. When it's off session and even in session, if you can't make it up to the Capitol. But showing up, making phone calls, emails does count. Like I said, email is 50 votes, a phone call is 150, 200, a letter is 1,000, and in person is 5 to 10,000. So if you go to your local district office and talk about the gold and silver as legal tender, please do. In fact, on our website, if you go to Citizens for Sound Money, the number 4, not FOR.org, and click on highlight legislation, we have model legislation for the Sound Money Act. You can download that and give that to your legislators. Say, I'd like to see this passed. Do it soon. Most states have a deadline for you to file, and most states have already passed, but there are still some out there that you can still have your legislator push it. Now, some states like Florida, legislators in the House can only have 7 bills. A lot of the bills those slots have already been locked up. But in most states, senators don't have limits. You can have a senator can have thousands of bills, and like in Utah, they're known for having hundreds of bills each. There is no limit on the House or the Senate, but it depends on your state. Every state's different. So yeah, local, like if your local city or your local county has some ordinances or things you want to change, show up to the city and the county commission meetings. That hardly anybody shows up. They're not used to seeing people show up for an issue. But if you start mobilizing, bring a friend, have that person bring a friend, you show up 5 people 1 month, 10 people, you start having a group constantly showing up to your local municipal and county commissions, and rent a bus. Like if you're really passionate about making gold and silver legal tender, get a caravan and go to the Capitol and do, like in Missouri they call it knock and shock. In Florida it's called lobby day at the Capitol. A lot of states call it lobby day at the Capitol. Just get like 50, 100 people to show up at a Capitol and have talking points. You don't want to be long-winded, right? The legislators only have 15 minutes. You pick a leader to do all the talking, and you show up with 10 people, you sit down in the office, and those 10 people just watch and you ask questions. But you have one person leading the conversation because you have very short amount of time and you have to be very succinct. A lot of citizen lobbyists, they like talking. They're not trained on how to be very succinct on the issue. Get your talking points, know what you're going to say, plan ahead of time before you lobby at any level, whether it's city up to the state level. Because look, there are people out there that just are emotional about an issue and they don't really have good papers and there's paragraphs long, bullet points, straight to the point, top 3 issues. Get to it and then let them ask the questions. Because if you take up all the talking, you don't let the legislator ask questions. I mean, it's just, they see so many people, you have to be memorable. A group of 10 people is memorable, but you also want them to remember what you said. You don't want them to think, oh, these 10 crazy people were talking about chemicals in the air or whatever. Don't talk about conspiracy theories either. Whether you believe in them or not, just talk about the issue. Don't divert, don't digress unless the senator or the rep wants you to.
Yeah, what I was going to say was, and it sounds like you've already done it, is to get us plebs out there to get the message to them. Sometimes it's easier for your organizations to lay out a good template for them to try to keep them focused, get them in that narrow zone. And I think it was like back in 2022, they were trying to do something similar. There was a vote coming up, man. I really don't remember the exact, bill or what it was, but there were influencers out there trying to get crypto and Bitcoin people together to call their representatives to make a voice about pro crypto stuff. And it worked. Like it really worked. They actually had a template for them where say, okay, you can, if you don't know what to say, here, just read this out.
I was just
Here's
looking
your phone
for
numbers.
it. I can't find it.
All that, but it worked. So any like your organizations, the easier you make it for the people out there on the ground, that changes the amount of work they're going to put. So they may be on the line of like, I don't really want to do this. But if you make it so easy that they can do it, and it looks like you're already doing that. You already put those tools on the website to do that. So that is one of the things with Dennis Porter. I wish he would do better is like his thing is like, oh, just send us money to get, no, like, no, once you leverage your platform and help give people the tools, say like, go and talk to, that's one thing I wish he would do. I think you'd have a lot more success with.
Yeah, and Dennis Porter is now getting Coinbase money, so the grassroots really isn't a top focus for him anymore. He has plenty enough money to do whatever he needs, grease the rails, whatever. So Satoshi Action Fund is at a different level right now because he's getting institutional money. We're a 501c3 and C4. The C3 is called Sound Money Movement. We don't have that type of money. We don't got Coinbase money to lobby like what's his first name? You just said it. Porter. Dennis Porter. Sorry. Dennis Porter. But hey, if there's a Coinbase company out there that wants to give citizens some money, some funds so that we can get sound money through easier, let us know. So
there's plenty of gold bugs out there. That's I would, and I think you would be appealing to a lot of them. My mind, of course, obviously, Mr. Schiff would be one, but of course he's in Puerto Rico, so I don't know how invested he is on that level.
Yeah, he's only paying 7% tax right now, so he's doing good. And then when you're in Puerto Rico, you can't even vote for the president of the United States, so it's, I don't know. I mean, yeah, he's an influencer for sure, but he's doing his own thing.
Yeah, so one of my favorites is Larry Lepard.
We just interviewed him. Yeah,
I love Larry. Both. Well, see, that's the thing is he doesn't draw that line between Bitcoin and gold. Like he's like, they're both great. Like embrace both.
And yeah, that's my personal position as well. That like I've said in multiple broadcasts, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency and any other asset is a wealth generating asset. Gold and silver is a wealth preserving asset.
I just love his comment about Dennis Porter right here.
Yeah. This is live, and I Dennis Porter is great for the Bitcoin movement.
Yes,
you can have your own opinions of him, but
yes,
I do work with Samuel Arms. We were talking. He was just in Dubai. He is now working for Grant Cardone's brother, doing social media. I think he's trying to get a position in the Trump administration. So him and I talk. He was he founded the Florida Business Blockchain Association that still exists. He's no longer running it because he's working for whatever Grant's brother's name is. But
Gary,
I know Samuel Arms very well.
Dude, I love Gary. Like Gary, yeah. I'm sorry. Gary's he's greater than Grant. I
met Gary in Nashville, and that guy is fucking awesome to talk to.
That's good. Yeah. And more specifically, the C90 FTW. Yeah, I do work with him. We were working together in the Gold and Silver bills, the Florida Blockchain Association, because of the digital component of our bill last year, made it one of their bills. But he's not running it day to day. I think he's still the founder and board member, chairman maybe. But they have a new executive director in Florida, and he's doing his own thing. He was just talking to Eric Trump in Dubai. And trying to get a Bitcoin reserve in Florida. So yeah, I know Sam well.
Excellent. I bet you get to see rub elbows with so many of them. I mean, if it were me doing your job, I think I'd just be like impossible to even remember who the hell they all are.
I've been blessed, man. Like since I was I was executive director of Young Americans of Freedom in my early 20s. I mean, I was rubbing elbows with leaders in the conservative movement that were my idols, and that conditioned me to just not have that fanfare. I meet famous people all the time. Hell, when I went to a conference at the Ritz-Carlton in New Orleans, and Will Smith was there. I'm like, hey, what's up, Will? Just whatever. Nice. I'm like, I didn't ask for his look. Famous people just want to be normal. Right.
Yep.
And if you just act normal to them, they'll actually become your friends. But if you act like, oh my God, you're just so amazing, they don't want that, So, and it's kind of strange because I do a lot of these broadcasts. I speak at conferences. I'm a little bit of an influencer, and it's weird when people recognize me, and I'm like, I'm not famous, but these people think I am.
Yeah.
Whatever. It just treat me normal, man. Like it's cool. But yeah, it's. I've been blessed. I've met a lot of people. I know a lot of people. Look, God's made me in my brain in a way that when I meet people and I see an opportunity, my brain automatically connects. Oh, this would be great to introduce him. And that has helped me in my political career and just business as well. So I'm a great networker. And I just memorize a lot. I got a lot of information in my head. I like reading. I'm a big reader. And it's just it helps when you can retain information and then you can break it down. I mean, I can talk at a higher level. I can break it down to like a high school, middle school level if I have to. And I think reading helps a lot. And who was I talking to? I was on the phone with somebody today. Yeah, I was talking to the CEO of Tactical Civics, and we were just talking about how oh man, I lost my train of thought. The alcohol's not good when you're thinking.
Yes, we make it difficult for you here.
I love these shows, man, because I hang loose and talk about economics.
Yeah,
and
just
everything.
relax. Exactly.
Yeah. So I forget what was I talking about?
Well, I imagine one of the things why he remembers a lot of these people, but if someone has a really good impact on you, by default you're going to remember them.
That's true.
Right.
That's
exactly. 100%. Like Mike Maloney. Mike Maloney, when I watched Hidden Secrets of Money for the first time in last year in early 2023, when our late founder told me about it, I had a 180-degree paradigm shift in the way that I view the world economically. I was a stockbroker. I understand the fiat system. I understand Bitcoin and what it could do, and the sound money side of, or at least the sound money side of Bitcoin. The argument. Do I think Bitcoin's sound money now? No, because it's too volatile. I think that we need to add another characteristic of money to be stable. Bitcoin is too volatile right now, and I know a lot of Bitcoin maxis say, "Oh, we're still early on, not enough people." But look, I grant it to the Bitcoin maxis. You have state governments. Sorry, I get distracted when you put these things up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just thought it was funny because he was he was making a funny
exactly. Yeah, musicians they just want you to treat them like normal people, man. But before I got distracted because my ADHD, what was I saying? Look, you have to have ADHD to do the amount of work I do, man. I multitask like crazy, so sometimes when I'm drinking, I can't stay focused. What was I saying before I got distracted there?
Come on, 100A. You're supposed to pick up the slack here because I don't remember. Brain.
All right, whatever. I'm sure it'll come back.
I was gonna say, wait, you got to turn your mic on there, 100A.
So, yeah, man.
Good point.
You were saying that's right about Bitcoin and the Bitcoin maxis.
Yeah, so right. The three characteristics of money is medium of exchange, unit account, and store value. So Bitcoin is a medium of exchange. Anything can be a medium of exchange. Anything can be a unit of account, right? 100 million satoshis for one Bitcoin, 100 pennies for $1, whatever. Store value. Bitcoin is now being considered more of a store value than currency. And gold and silver is all three. It's money. But just using those three characteristics, like Mike Maloney has 7 characteristics of money, but he doesn't even have this being stable. Money needs to be stable. Yes, gold and silver fluctuates, but it fluctuates within a stable range. Bitcoin, dude, you can lose 10, 20, 30% in a few days. That's not money. It's a store value long term, but if you have somebody needing to pay their rent, pay their groceries, and they live in paycheck to paycheck, it's a lot more stable to put their money in gold and silver, even though it fluctuates, than it is to put it in Bitcoin. So that's my only thing. So I don't consider Bitcoin sound money anymore because of the stability. Now, that's what I was saying also. Yes, I'll give it to the Bitcoiners. If all these state governments and federal governments start using Bitcoin as a reserve asset, it's going to pump the hell out of it. But these guys, I mean, the Texas legislation says they have to hold Bitcoin for at least 5 years. That will stabilize Bitcoin. There's only so much to go around. And you have these large institutions and governments holding them as reserves. Yes. Look, it might fast track the stability of Bitcoin. And there might be even an argument in the near future that it is money. but it's still too slow unless you use Lightning Network or some of these other layer 2s. Lightning Network has some security issues. Some of these
And
other
they-
layer 2 solutions are coming out. But you got life insurance policies now that are backed by Bitcoin. You got stable coins that are backed by Bitcoin. I'm working with a group trying to do a stable coin with Bitcoin, gold, and silver. So there is a future of a stable Bitcoin that I would consider money. Right now, I wouldn't call it money.
Yeah, I honestly, some people think that they want to call it store of value. Because of that volatility, I want the volatility to stay because I want to be able to trade that volatility. So when people say that they want it to be, a store of value, I think they need to think about what they're saying, because it's not, when it does become a store of value, that volatility they're so used to of being able to buy and sell is going to go away. And it's probably not going to be as appealing to them in the future. So they need to be thinking about what they're wishing for.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on, let me share. I just shared it on Citizen Sound Money and my personal, and we got a nice 10x bump on our viewership. FYI.
Yeah, we did. I saw a bunch of people jump in, and I appreciate that. Welcome everybody. There's polls.
Do a poll. I gotta go get ice for my drink. Go do one of the polls for Aether and the other.
Yes.
Currency. And explain to the new people what
I got to explain to the newbies. Exactly. Welcome to Crypto on the Rocks. Every Friday we have a drink, talk crypto, and obviously, as you can see, cheers, by the way, guys. Obviously, as you can see, we talk other stuff. We're talking NFTs earlier, gold and silver over here, and so on. But what I do here every Friday night, 7 p.m. Eastern time, is I try to show everybody how they can take $25 every week, put it into cryptocurrency, and do a DCA every week and change your wealth profile. I take $25, 15 of which goes into Bitcoin every week, and you guys right here decide where the last $10 goes. Now, if you're tuning in on X, you should see a poll. If you don't, you get to put it right into the live chat. If you're on YouTube, there's a poll there. Just go ahead and decide what you're going to vote for. This last half, 2024, we're doing DPIM projects, decentralized infrastructure, physical infrastructure projects. And we're talking deeper network, so decentralized VPNs, Dynex, quantum computing, Fry's Crypto, which honestly has their tentacles into so many different infrastructure projects, Flux, and Aether. And, if you listen to Daniel, Aether's the winner here. So,
Yeah, full disclosure.
Aether is a good addition to this. So
in full disclosure, I am invested into it. So if you buy, and it goes up, I make a little bit more money. So just full disclosure. But I do think that it is a great company. They're very smart. I think their initial raise, they were selling nodes, was like $250 or $400 million or something like that. I mean, they're phenomenal. And we did our due diligence. The main managing partner of our venture capital firm, Logos Capital Partners. I mean, he's a due diligence monster. We've turned down more deals than we've actually done. In fact, we've only done one deal because just the due diligence we do is really intense. But we're looking at a few other investments, and we'll be on our website. I'm not sure if it's live yet. Let me check. But Logos Capital Partners is our company, FYI. But I'm executive director of Citizen Sound Money, and as it says, do your own research. These are my personal views. I'm here as executive director, but I'm not representing my organization right now because I'm drinking. So everything I say is just my own personal opinions. It's for entertainment purposes, not investment advice.
Yeah, it's not financial advice. Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's all right. You got to have a good time. Got to let your hair down once in a while. And I'll tell you what, Aether is doing a slow move up here. I'm going to bring it up on the screen if I can ever find the right damn thing to click. Here we go. Right here. And bam. So there we are. That's 2.1% up here. But look at that. The chart it's moving in the right direction here.
We had a nice pump this last week. It's good, man. From where we bought it, it's almost a 4x increase of our investment. I mean, this is public. It's going to be on our website. We did a $500,000 initial investment, and it's grown to about 1.7 million. So nice. we're doing pretty well.
Nice.
Oh yeah, congrats on that.
Thank you.
Right? Right.
So I've just been muted because apparently there was feedback. I don't know. Are you guys still hearing it?
I don't hear it
No, I
anymore.
don't hear
What'd you do?
I moved the other ear pod that was in the case that was behind the laptop to over here. And then before that, I shut the heater off that I plugged in earlier.
I don't hear a thing now. I just hear you.
Okay. Well, I got my furnace has been set to 68 all day, but all the windows in my house are so drafty. I covered some of them up with plastic.
Yep.
And when I got home today, it was 62 in my house. I'm like, fuck that. It's way too cold.
Yeah, it wasn't you, Shuby. I tracked it down. It was Bedell. Damn him.
Yeah, I just posted the website.
I just saw it. I'm like, what is this that's posted in here? Yeah. Okay. Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah. So our website is live. So it did go live in the last few days. So we invested 500,000 into Aether. It's our only investment right now. But you got who's in our company? Kyle Okamoto is one of our advisors. He is I forget if he's the CTO of Aether. So he's one of our and I think we are going to be putting all of our members on there, just bios. So that's our company.
Nice. Yeah, I'm just doing a slow scroll here so people can see it. You know what? I'll put the link before I do anything else, put the link into the live chat. So if you're interested, you can go ahead and check that out.
There you go. Oh, yeah. And if you click on Meet the Members, some of our members are up there. We're still gathering people's information to put it up there.
Meet the team. There we go. David West.
Where's your picture at?
Yeah, it's still a work in progress. As you can see, there's still some Latin.
yeah. You just got the placeholder stuff here. You know, the ellipso ipso stuff here.
Yeah. We'll have it up soon. I know that Cody, who's one of our managing members, he's the one that's doing our website. He's working on it nonstop. So it'll be done soon.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, you got to do. It takes time, man. It takes time.
Yes, sir. So what else you guys want to talk about?
Well, so what I've been doing and not talking to you guys, I'm getting my mining rig set back up over here to the left-hand side. You guys started talking about it. So that's why I was over here with a screwdriver and going this, that, and the other. And
I remember
saw the screwdriver and I saw the video card. I'm like, yep, I know what he's doing.
Yeah, same here. I saw it. I was like, oh, well, he's getting that thing working.
So it's up and running. I got stats coming. It's not much. I wanted to get it running. And I know I'm running on the wrong algorithm. I just wanted to see it up and moving again. So I'm going back to ETC, and I just figured I'd run it for just a little bit just to make sure everything was functionable.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. And the problem is I stole a memory card out of it and took it out of the primary slot, so it didn't work. So I had to move memory cards, and now I'm working again.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I mean, we just concluded it's just what is it called in the industry? The silicone lottery. You just never know. they produce so many of them. You just never know when something's just gonna break. It's just, and then the motherboards are so finicky. I mean, we use gloves. And sometimes people forget to use gloves, and just a little bit of your oil from your finger could just fry the board, man. It's just that's why I stopped. Like I said before, if I could do it all over again.
The board I have a Gigabyte GA H110 D3A.
Yeah, that's what I've got. Is a couple of the H110s.
Yeah,
nice. It's been good. I mean, I've had it for about 4 years. I took all the. I'm only using my 2 NVIDIA cards right now. I wanted to check it out. Because I'm going to take it to where I got free electricity, and I don't care what it costs.
I think what I'm going to do right now is buy enough power supplies to get these rigs running to verify they work. And then in the bull run, I'm just going to fucking sell out everything. I'm going to liquidate everything. And then from there on out, I'm just going to start DCA, because DCA, I feel, is a lot cheaper and probably smarter than mining shit coins, and then you pay the the power company plus the taxes and plus all that shit.
Yeah.
I feel if you just buy, like, you know, I think Keith has a great fucking idea. $25 a week.
Yeah, and also if you're mining shit coins, you can always go to what is that website? They converted to Bitcoin. Nice
Hash.
hash.
Yeah,
Nice
but
hash.
well,
No,
Nice Hash requires KYC now, so a lot of people aren't using that.
that's
Oh,
not what I'm
really?
talking about. There's
Yeah,
another
that was, I want
website.
to say like 2 months ago.
Yeah, a
Oh.
couple months ago now.
Yeah, but there's
Well,
another website he's talking about that you can go to and convert shit coins, like you said. And
But I mean, you can do that like on Mineable though too.
that's what
Like you can mine almost any coin and convert it to whatever coin you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, technically, we're all in the Web3 space. We can convert any coin to Bitcoin if we wanted to. But the thing is, for those who are just getting into it, it's just easier to go to one of these services that automatically do it. Yeah, you lose. Unmineable will do it. Okay, Unmineable will do it. So yeah, I mean, it just like I have old clients that still text me like, "Hey, my nice hash rig isn't working. Can you take a look at it?" You know, I mean, I used to charge $100 an hour for my time. I just do it for free because it's not my full-time job anymore, or my business. But it's just easier for people who aren't in the industry that just want to invest into it. They just convert it to Bitcoin because they also have a program on Nice Hash that automatically switches to the most profitable coin.
Yes,
And it just
yes.
converts it to Bitcoin. And you might lose a little bit, a few cents using my Nice Hash. But overall, if you're it's DCAing into Bitcoin. When you mine a shitcoin, you're DCAing into Bitcoin at the shitcoin's current price. You know, so.
Well, see, I always looked at it because I had 11 or 12 GPUs for 2.5 years. That just ran non-fucking stop, no issues.
Yeah.
And then beginning of this year, I had some money and I upgraded to like almost 70 GPUs. You know, and then
That's
put
nice.
in. I bought everything to run the 240 line myself, but I was like, you know what, to be smart, I'll hire an electrician, blah, blah, blah. And then now I'm having nothing but fucking issues with power supplies burning off. And I'm like, now I got to put more money into these things to get them running when this whole last few years I've been mining almost at a loss.
How many watt are your PSUs?
They're all different.
Look, what I did was I started buying from China at the 80% rating, the 2400 watt PSUs, to run 8 GPUs. You know, the GPUs, depending on if you overclock them, I do not recommend overclocking. Yeah, you get more crypto, but they destroy your GPUs. So we underclock because they last longer. It's a lot more stable. It doesn't overheat. Don't overclock your GPUs. I mean, that's my number one recommendation as a former like professional GPU miner. Don't overclock them because you're gonna lose a lot more money in the long run than if you just underclock and just make a little bit less.
Once you say
Well, no, what I was saying though was like, you know, after I massively upgraded my personal at home farm, and then now I'm running into all these issues, and it's like, well, I've been mining at a loss all this time, and now I got to buy, I don't know, probably $600 in fucking and power supplies, and that's just a hope that they run. I mean, it may not be the power supply; it could be the motherboard, it could be a CMOS chip, it could be a bad fucking cord. Like,
let me tell you, 90% of my techs, their job was to troubleshoot the problem with motherboards and GPUs. And
no, no, and I get that, but here is my mindset now. After been through this in the last year, what if I just took that $7,000 ish that I invested and just put it into Bitcoin back in fucking February or January of this year?
You're better off.
Yep.
I'd be at what, 14, 15, maybe 13 if I had just held. If I didn't sell, buy back in, you know, trade.
Crypto mining is in my opinion, is no longer a hobby. To be profitable in Bitcoin mining, you need to at least invest $1 million and make it a business right off the bat. Just because
that's if you do like Bitcoin ASICs.
Yeah, or any other ASIC, right? There's ASICs that mine other things. what is it? ASIC Value Miner. Is that the website? I
Yeah,
haven't
nothing-
mined.
Basic
nothing
minor
is
value.
profitable
I mean,
anymore.
there's a lot of them, but you got to be careful on which ones you go on to.
It's so competitive. Everybody's buying the miners, so it's not like it's a hidden secret anymore. So
Right.
Yeah, like what is this coin?
And to be honest, like I've made more money in crypto just buying $30 worth of a shit coin and
Yeah,
holding
and
it.
ride the pump.
right, like you can mine Dogecoin and Litecoin, or what is this? Alf, Alephium. Alephium is
Lithium. Yep.
Yeah, lithium.
Yep.
$58.81 a day at a 12-cent power, right? But it doesn't include the capex required. It doesn't include the transformers.
Yeah, but what ASIC and what's the price of that ASIC?
ASIC
Like
is
15 grand.
$8,895,
Yeah,
not including
exactly.
But you're gonna spend 8,000 to right now make what, $58 a day?
58. Yeah, I mean it just doesn't make sense unless you have a professional mining operation with staff and everything, and you're in a low humidity area, and you have climate control, or you have ways to mitigate. There's so much more to large scale mining than most people realize. I mean,
Oh, that's a
I
fact.
built multiple mining operations, mine and then others. It's a lot of work, man. And
No, I
proof
mean
of work.
I was listening to Hawk Crypto, who is part owner of Terra Hosting and Terra Hashes and all their subsidiaries. And he was pretty much saying, no, don't quote me. I'm not putting words in his mouth, but what he said and the way I understood it is that they're getting rid of the GPU mining section of Terra. Now, I'm not saying they're getting rid of it, but I don't think they're accepting new GPU clients. So, like, if you're an existing client, you're fine, but
there was a company, I don't know if they're still in business or not. They were the biggest GPU mining company in the world. We almost partnered with them. They were exclusively GPU mining, and they said that they would, after Ethereum went to proof of stake. I mean, they said they were going to still be around. Then the FTX collapse happened, and GPU mining was not profitable until, I'm guessing, recently, because you guys are all turning on GPUs. GPU mining's dead, man. Large scale GPU mining operations. I mean, they just what they're doing is they're not mining crypto. What you can do, but you got to upgrade. Oh, you know what? Here you can do. Provide your GPU mining power to these decentralized AI processing. A lot more profitable, like 10 times more profitable than mining crypto. So if you got GPUs and you want to make some extra money, I forget. There's a bunch of companies. We invested in Aether, but Aether has their own miners, and you have to have H100s. I think maybe they've upgraded to H110s for their platform. But you can provide your processing power to a bunch of different decentralized. Like most of these coins that you're offering have that. You can provide processing power for AI.
Yeah, hash is a service basically. It's a rate, kind of a rate charge.
Right,
Yeah.
and they don't run 24/7, but like they'll just rent your GPUs, and you're in a market, and you just set your price, and you'll make a lot more money providing AI processing power than you are in mining crypto.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm about to take off. I'm glad I finally got to join you guys.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head out here in a few minutes too.
Got a presence of Mr. Diaz. I thought that was pretty awesome. So I've already met my requirement for the day or for the week.
he's been here the last few weeks, Hunter. There, that's why I said.
Yeah, I had some.
I think you were in one of the live chats on one of the random streams, and I was like, "Yeah, we miss you on, Crypto on the Rocks."
Yeah, glad you're able to make it, man.
I come
and save that link I sent you. That's the link forever.
Yeah,
well,
I'll write it down in my diary. But awesome, guys.
He's gonna put it next to his seed phrases in the yard.
Yeah, I'll take a picture of it and put it on Facebook. Yeah.
Oh, right, Daniel, before you go, but hey, before all that, Hunter, thank you for coming back, joining us live. It's always a pleasure to have you and another opinion.
Later.
By the way, I love Polygon. Polygon's one of my favorite blockchains.
Yeah, Polygon, good. I like Polygon.
So there's
you were about to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bellminer put two things in the chat that I want to get to, but before that, Daniel, I wanted to thank you for turning me on to Ron's Basement. I watched a few of his episodes, and there was one episode, I think it was earlier this week, maybe last week. He had like one of those like underground things, and it was in the background. He was talking about like doing a giveaway or something on it, or talking about it, and I completely missed it. I was curious if you had any insight as to what that was.
No, I haven't been on Ron's Basement since September. I've just been super busy. I actually need to get on his show. I'll text him here shortly, and like, hey, I need to do a broadcast, update you guys.
There you go.
Okay. Well, he had something in the background, like it was on his left side, like a little over his shoulder, and it looked like something like almost like a post anchor that you would like twist into the ground, but you can
Oh.
hide stuff in it. And I forgot the fucking name of it.
I'll ask him. I'll ask him. I'll give you an answer.
But I was like, man, that'd be a really cool idea to keep like your seed phrases.
Oh.
Also, I mean, along with like gold and silver, like
Yeah.
if you can put it in the ground and hide it, it's good to hide a lot of things.
Yeah, I agree, dude. Like, I've read stories since I've been in the gold and silver movement, sound money movement of somebody hired a old family, so like an old couple. The husband 20 years ago buried, I don't know, like 50 or 100 ounces of gold when it was like $250 each, and they couldn't find it. There was holes all in the basement, so they hired a guy that was specialized in like searching for metal underground. And on the day they were supposed to move out, they found it. It was in an old coffee can, and it was like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it was their retirement, and they gave the guy like 1 or 2 ounces of gold as a thank you. But yeah, gold is incorruptible. It doesn't rust. It doesn't tarnish. I mean, it is a perfect metal, and you can literally, if you have a property and you plan on living there for a while, you can hide your treasure in your property underground and make a treasure map. So you don't forget. That's the problem with digging it and burying it and forgetting about it. This family had to hire somebody to search for their gold and silver.
Right. Oh, hey,
Yeah,
at least
but
they found
it paid out for them though.
It did, but they almost lost out because once they lost ownership of the property, that gold was the new owners.
Yes.
True.
All right, so you got to be careful. If you do bury something, you better know where it's at and have a treasure map and explicit instructions, including seed phrases, because you don't want to be like that guy that threw his hard wallet in the trash and it's been dumped somewhere in the UK.
Yep.
Oh, that guy that's been digging through the fucking yard waste for how many years now, trying to find one fucking hard drive or some shit.
He's even offered to give a majority of the Bitcoin to the city, and they turned it down. I would have taken that offer a long time ago if that was commissioner.
Yeah, exactly. Been like, sure. Yeah,
but you gotta understand like the liabilities and all that stuff with that. I mean, when you're digging through a landfill, you don't know what you're gonna step on, get stabbed with, cut with, inhale any of those chemicals that just absorb to your skin.
That hard wallet is probably so corroded anyway. Like, well, the problem is he had a hard wallet, but he did not save the 12-word phrase. If he would have kept the 12-word phrase, he'd be able to transfer it over. That's the problem. You got to keep your seed phrases. Don't lose them.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is does he even have the seed phrase? Because I don't think he did.
He'd be able to transfer it over.
Yeah. So what's the point of finding the wallet if you don't have the seed phrase? I mean, yes, you could probably pay somebody 60% commission to hack it if they even get it.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. Trent, I am not familiar with this project. I did just look it up real quick. It's like about 20 cents. Any of you guys got any input about this?
I got no idea about that one or the AI tech.
You know who'd be good? Let me call one of our members. He's a young buck. He's 24 years old. He makes me feel really old, but he does a lot of research on this stuff. Hold on one second.
I think he makes all of us feel old.
Yeah, right. Amen to that. Blockchain for AI for humanity is a lot of AI stuff. Delysium. Let me see if I can bring it up here real quick, just so everybody can see the website. Again, not really familiar with the project per se. So this is the website. Frankly, not a fan of the website, truth be told. AI agents, agent IDs.
I mean, the website looks all right, but a lot of things that you would think would be clickable or moving don't do shit. Oh, bad, man. Oh, there we go. A scrolling thing that starts at 2022.
I don't know. I'm not a maybe I'm getting old. I'm not a
So
fan.
Cody will be coming on in a couple of minutes. He's one of our managing members. He's the ones that developed the website. I mean, he does a lot of due diligence with Dave Holland, who's the main managing partner of the VC firm. He's not 24, he's 23.
Oh,
yeah, he's young. he's
young
smart.
buck.
He's a young buck. He's the youngest one. Who's the oldest out of everybody here? I know it's not me.
Oh, come on. Just think. Just look.
Yeah.
No, I am
You, how old are you?
older than Keith.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I give Keith such a hard time, so I'm going to take the bullet this time.
Yeah. So you're gonna take the brunt of it this time. All right. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hey, G. Trent said he's the oldest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, D Trent. All right. Man, lots of things. Oh, 50. I think, yeah, there's a couple guys on here that are in their 50s, I think.
Right, yeah.
Wait, is there somebody in the 60s?
Y'all got me beat, unfortunately.
Him.
No,
it was me and Billy were a couple of months apart there. But yeah, now I'm the old guy on the block here.
Gotcha. I'm a Zennial. I'm like on the cusp of the Gen Z and millennial generation. I'm 84.
Well, exactly. See, good old Gen Xer. Yeah, technically I'm Gen X, barely by the skin of my teeth, but yes.
You're a boxer? A boxer?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, appreciate somebody of your wisdom, D. Trent. Thank you for being here.
Hey, that's my brother's.
I'd love to say with age comes wisdom, but yeah, not really. But
So in April, in Crypto on the Rocks, I will be live for my 40th birthday.
Ah, very cool. I'm a little older than you, about 6-7 months older.
Well, next year I won't do my 50th when I go to Hawaii. I probably won't be on here.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not sure I'm going to Hawaii, but I'm shooting for that.
All right. Yeah, man. I don't know. There we go. There's Cody.
What's going on, guys?
welcome.
What's up, man?
What's going on, man?
Nice
Bunch
to
of
meet
old
you
guys drinking alcohol, talking about crypto and gold.
Pretty much. He just summed it right up there.
Can't
All
really
right, at least now I'm not the young guy in the group. Thank you, Cody, for saving me a little bit.
Hey, I turned 24 a few days ago. I'm getting up there, man.
He was
There
24.
you go. 24.
right.
There you go.
Yeah.
Happy
I
birthday.
was talking about how in April I turned 40, and I'm like, man, I'm still the young guy here. I miss them good old 20s.
Yeah. Hey, Cody, give everybody a background of who you are, what you've done, how did you become a managing partner at Logos Capital Group, and maybe give us a little bit more information about Aether. I know you helped with the due diligence with Dave. I gave a little bit of background about that new partnership. I forget the name of the company that does the LLM analysis for errors. So I know we did an update for our members. Maybe you can just, because we have a poll. So every week on Crypto on Rocks, Keith, wave your hand so he knows who you are.
Gotcha.
He
The old guy.
DCA's $25 every week. $15 goes into Bitcoin, and then $10 is a poll. If you can pull up there you go. Those are all the coins, and we added Aether because of me. So Aether's won since we've added it. But maybe you can tell everybody a little bit about your background and a little bit more about Aether.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Danny. I really appreciate you bringing me in here. I love meeting some like-minded guys, and I'm just grateful I get to, excel. And honestly, this is how I just feel so lucky when I was going through college to have met real entrepreneurs, real people that were in the world of business, and I just feel that's how I excelled so much compared to my peers from people like you guys. So thank you. So I met Dan down. I live in Fort Myers, Florida, and for C4SM, assuming everybody's familiar with it.
Wait a minute, I got a question real quick.
Yeah.
Fort Myers, what area? Because I was born and raised there, and I was born at Lee Memorial Hospital.
Okay. Yeah. Estero.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Yep. So if you know where Miramar Lakes is, a good buddy of mine that I met over at the nearby cigar bar. I'd go for before class. I'd go and do homework over at the cigar bar by me, and so I met him and got involved with him, and that's what led me over to meeting Dan and the rest of the C4SM guys. So my background is all in tech and software. I started my software, for any of you fellow nerds out there, I primarily do .NET development with C#, and we do a lot of work on private schools and back-end software for private schools. So I started really going full steam on that when I was in high school, and got that to a point where I was living off of that and going to college with it. And that kind of coincides right at the end of college was when I got linked up with Dan, and I had met Dave Holland at the same event, and I brought Dave Holland in to show him my crypto rigs running in my buddy's garage, and we got to talking. And I'm not really sure what on behind the scenes. Dan will know more than me, but he invited
you were
me.
not mining crypto. You were doing AI processing, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, how many of you guys are familiar with BitTensor?
Not at all.
That's what you guys need to
Not really
mine.
familiar
That's
with
what you guys. Your GPUs, you should switch over to BitTensor or whatever Cody recommends, because lots change. So Cody is the guy that answers.
Hey, send me some power supplies, and I'll power my stuff on, and I'll point them to wherever you tell me.
Yeah. So it's really neat. And this is, if you guys don't have too much experience going into the nitty gritty of the tech, what's so unique about blockchain is they are all unique. There's no similarities. That's why we have issues like, for example, we can't get Tau on Ledger, which is super annoying. But the reason for it is because just the blockchain itself is just so different, and mining on it specifically, it gets a little more complicated because there's different subnets on it. But what Dan and Dave had saw when they were down there was I was mining on subnet 1, which was text prompt. So they had built this decentralized generative AI, and pretty much how it works is, let's say, Dan, you put in a query for what is 2 + 2. Now all of the I don't hear any feedback from you. I think you're good. All you guys would be running the miners. What the miners are running different AIs. So let's say Todd over here is running Zephyr 7B. Bill is running OpenAI, ChatGPT. All of them are going to provide a response. And then another piece in the machine is the validator. And the validator is going to pick out the best response and return that to the user. And then that miner that was running that AI that got the best response gets rewarded. So
for the non-techie, break it down to like a high school
for
level.
the old guy.
For the old guys.
So when you use ChatGPT, you're getting ChatGPT's responses. When you're using Gemini, you're getting Gemini's responses. What if we could combine everything into a LLM supercomputer and get the best response out of all the different LLMs?
That would be fantastic.
That would be fantastic.
Right.
ChatGPT isn't always accurate, or any of these other ones.
Well,
some of them are better suited for software and programming. Some of them are better suited for image generation, and they all have their niche. So that's where the strengths come out in it, and they've expanded into over 64 subnets now that all do different tasks, and the miners in each one are very, very different. So it's
quick question. The subnets are different networks that are people are putting AI processing power, and then the subnets do different things.
Essentially, yeah. Are you guys familiar with like Azure or Google Cloud, Amazon Web Services?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit. I just know that they're in the cloud and it's not something safe that you want to keep your sensitive information in.
Yeah, no, don't be keeping your 12-word phrases in there. But
Yeah.
most of the world is powered.
Well, to me, it's more or less private pictures, not my seed phrases are all handwritten. Pictures, I can't handwrite a picture. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh boy.
Absolutely.
Sorry,
yeah.
I should have warned you before you came on. Sorry.
We've been drinking for a while, Cody.
Yeah, I got.
Yeah. You got to catch up.
So I can catch up. Yeah. So they're essentially the cloud compute of blockchain. So they're trying to be a decentralized version for everything. So if I'm going to go make a website, I need a database, I need a web server, I need a domain. All of that I can go to Azure for, and they'll provide that. So yeah, BitTensor. Now that's the good side of BitTensor. I do have a lot of opposing opinions on it, but I don't know if we want to get into that. If we go into the technical level, but I do think it's a really, really great stride, and it also is going to segue into when I talk about Aether here in a little bit. I know we're excited for that because Aether. One thing I respect so highly with Aether is the fact that they are not trying to knock out competition. BitTensor has a very similar service. They have a GPU compute network on one of their subnets, and Aether, instead of trying to knock them out of the water, which they kind of did, they said, no, we're going to try to help them instead, and we're gonna contribute to their code base and make their system more secure, more efficient. And I know that they were working on that. I haven't heard too many updates as far as the execution, but that was a big goal of theirs to help the community.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know you've been more in the nitty gritty. I've been busy with C4SM, but kind of rely on you and updating me, especially with this internal podcast that we did for our members. But
Right.
yeah, that's I love Aether. I'm glad we did that investment. They're doing a lot of good things. I love the fact that that we have Kyle on the as an advisor. Maybe he'll become a member of our firm, but who knows? But tell us a little bit more about Aether and that partnership, because it sounds like BitTensor is kind of similar to what that partnership that Aether just got into, right?
In a way, yeah. So
yeah.
I'll just start from the very basics with Aether all the way up to the end user. The sector is called decentralized physical infrastructure, and more specifically GPU as a service. So you guys know how we use the cloud for storage for everything now. There's servers out in South Dakota that have full of hard drives, and that's where our Google Cloud or Google Drive goes, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to relate this to GPUs down the road, but let's just assume this is with storage. With these storage facilities, what are they to do if only 80% of their resources are going used and 20% is underutilized? So let's say a company comes in and says, hey, we're going to bridge clients to you, and we're going to set you up on a program that's only going to use your underutilized space, and you're going to get rewarded for it in a fully decentralized manner, no element of trust. If you provide the compute, you get rewarded. So now bringing that into today's world, we have two very big drains of GPU resources. It's cloud gaming and AI. So for cloud gaming, for example, one thing that's really neat that I just tried is they just made an app for Xbox on the Oculus Quest. This is the Quest 3.
Really?
Nice.
It is the neatest thing ever. So these cameras allow for mixed reality. So I could have this on my head. I could see the rest of my room, and then I could have a screen in the Xbox app and then have that game streamed to me. That game is really running on a supercomputer in the desert, but I'm sitting with my Xbox controller with just this on laying on my couch on a 200-inch TV.
Is this Aether?
No,
Oh,
but
okay.
that's cloud gaming.
Mhm.
So you're running the game off of another computer, preferably one that's very expensive and not feasible for the common person to have in their house, and then you stream it off of their resources. So they're Aether. What they do is, instead of that hard drive analogy, they use graphics cards, because people need graphics cards for training AI and running video games off of, and you can't always quite get the task done with a $700-800 graphics card. So they provide these A100s and H100s, which are about $30,000, and they have over 46,000 graphics cards in their network right now. Now, so what Aether does, the actual foundation, like our partner Kyle and his colleagues, they make the connections with gaming companies, and they provide them the plumbing to provide cloud gaming. So the goal would be a game publisher could hook into this network and be able to offer it so people can play that game on your phone, because
Any
it's
phone.
ultimately from a supercomputer.
Yeah, and it's
And
any phone. As long as they have a browser, you can have an
Mhm.
old iPhone, I don't know, 9 or 10,
Yeah.
and be running as if you had a brand new Pro Max 16, right?
Right, exactly. And same with AI. A lot of people are training AI models now. A lot of big corporations are training AI models. And another really, really great facet of this is, because it's decentralized, the data is democratized. So if I'm training a model, I want that to be proprietary, or at least I don't want a company to be able to take that data. And with this infrastructure, no single company is going to have their hands on this data. It just flows through the decentralized pipeline.
Now what? Now I was going to ask this, but I don't know if you can say like what gaming companies you've reached out to. But I think Neoxa might be a good one. I don't know if you guys have heard of them or reached out to them, because they started out like PC games, then now they're going more like mobile games, then they're just kind of like changing up all their stuff. And it was a good token in the beginning, but it's like now it's spread out all over everything. But I mean, if you guys can help them or coincide with them to improve their services, I mean, it could be a win-win for everybody.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
there are also a lot of those other mobile games, desktop games that are kind of like trying to merge with the competitor, you know. Mobile games trying to get on desktop games trying to go mobile, vice versa.
Mm-hmm. Well, just to preface, I have no affiliation with Aether. I'm just in the same boat as Dan. We just invested, but we were able to get a lot of insider knowledge before it launching, because we had
Careful with
met
insider knowledge. We just learned about, based on their pitch, information to the investors, not insider knowledge so much.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we're
No,
always
I get the verbiage.
Just gotta preface it.
Yeah,
Just gotta
no, right.
preface it.
Yeah,
there
the
are
Insider
verbiage,
knowledge
yeah.
is not a
and
a
it's now
taboo.
launched. It's been launched, so all of that
Yeah.
information is now public.
Yeah.
Insider knowledge is only good if you're in Congress.
Yes, you won't go to jail for
I was
it.
gonna say the product is already launched, the token's already out there.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
it's not
insider
insider knowledge if you try to tell us to invest right now because the coin's cheap, but
and
It's
by
not
what he
financial
meant by
advice.
insider knowledge was we got access to a beta program to test video games. So for us early investors, they had a beta program. They were testing the program, like in Brazil. They had a bunch of people that had cheap computers using the website and playing high-end graphics games. I don't think that website's still there. I don't think we can access it, but we were able to see what it was like to run video games off of the H100s. And that's the insider information, meaning we got access to something that nobody else had, a beta program. So not actual insider information, just like we got information as investors to check out the program and how it works in their beta program.
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Just prefacing. Look,
Yes.
we're 40, we're older. Just get careful with the language.
No, right. I understand. Yeah. So, Dan and I were just reviewing a big partnership they had last week with a company called Mira. And what they provide is the technology to validate the output of AI. So I don't know if you guys have ever played around with ChatGPT, but you might find things like they're called hallucinations or just wild answers. So these services provide a way to kind of wean out those answers, and it gets injected into the actual code and will make the AI go back and it'll put the brakes and say, hey, you got to redo this answer. It's not accurate. So they're using that technology in a few different areas now, but Aether had partnered with them to provide the GPU compute to them because they're running these LLMs on Aether's GPUs.
The entire LLM?
It's distributed, but yeah.
Okay.
The training.
Okay.
I'm not sure quite how it's structured. Yeah, you
don't have to be specific. That
right.
kind of shocked me. Okay.
Yeah, no, they are utilizing Aether's GPU, so that was the partnership.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure the proportion, but
yeah.
cool.
So you DCing in the Aether, I mean, it's a good thing.
Yeah. Hey, I'm okay with that.
I mean, when you look at from a developer standpoint, when I look at a crypto project, the first question is, does this make sense to be decentralized, or is this just a hype play? And this is a legitimate revenue generating business with very, very reputable people behind it. And so I'm all for it. I'm hodling.
We did our due diligence. We would not have invested $500,000 if we didn't think it was going to be a successful project. Like, we get maybe on a weekly basis at least one company that Dave and some other people in our organization, our VC firm mentions. We do our due diligence, and every single one we've said no to. Like, our due diligence is very thorough. We understand because we have multiple people like myself and others that are in the crypto industry. It's a very shady industry, and we also have Kyle from Aether, who's also in the industry. He gives our input as an advisor. He's like, the fact that this company hasn't been able to raise any other VC money is a big red flag, right? Like, there's a lot of companies out there that have a lot of promises, a lot of ideas, but when we do our due diligence with every member of the company, the founding team, the technology. We have experts. I think we're almost at 20 members now in our VC firm, and they all bring different assets to the table when we're doing our due diligence on investments. So,
gotcha.
Yeah.
So I got a question for everybody.
Yeah,
it's kind of out of the whim. Is it hodling or is it hodling?
Hodl.
I'm a hodl.
Hodl.
How do you pronounce HOD? Hod. Not hod. Hod would be HODE. HODL. Hodl.
Right, I got a question.
I'm with you.
Fort Myers, or did you come from somewhere else?
Well, I'm only asking that because, sorry, Cody, I got to call you out a little bit. You said like hodling, and I'm like, wait a minute, is it hodling or is it hodling?
Okay, we can only rib the new guy a little bit. He has to come back next week. Then he gets the full board.
I'm only like rubbing his feathers a little bit to disrupt him a little bit about the way he pronounced the one word. That was
That's
it.
all right. Look,
that fucking guy, Cody, seems like a smart ass motherfucker.
Oh, yeah, way smarter than me. Yeah.
He's a managing
member. I was saying this in the beginning. He's got the best camera out of all of us.
He
no
does.
offense, but he does. I was like, man, this little youngster over here already showing us all out.
Yeah, he's a managing member of a VC firm at the age of 23. He just turned 24. This guy's fucking smart.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
It's okay. You can show it off while we're here. We'll keep razzing you. It's all good.
Curious, are you born
We're
in Fort
old
Myers?
guys, man. We're old guys. We got to rat on the young ones.
Yeah, exactly.
Were you born in Fort Myers or did you move there?
No, I grew up in Jersey and moved down here for college.
Okay, that's why it's hodling.
There it is.
Hey,
Is that the Southern lingo?
Well,
Northern.
No, Florida
Or
is
Northern?
everybody. Florida's got nothing to do with anything. It's everybody moves down there. So
I was gonna say,
we're
yeah, that's a
melting pot,
mishmash of
man.
everybody.
We got people from the Caribbean, South America,
Mhm.
Europe. We're like a microcosm of America, and that's why Trump is making America Florida. You know.
Yeah. No, Florida is,
No,
man.
no, that's Biden that's making America Florida.
well,
Trump is
Yes,
not doing that.
but Trump is bringing all the Florida people.
if you head south on I-75 to exit 141, I lived about a quarter of a mile from the Cracker Barrel.
So that's right before going over the bridge, right? That's
Yeah,
like
that's
by.
the Caloosahatchee, just before
Yeah.
it's Palm Beach Boulevard.
Okay, yeah, I just drove right by it today. I came back from Tampa earlier.
Well, I would have been down there for Christmas in a week or so, but the wife got a new job, so I can't leave. We'd have been a Cape
Damn wife.
You wanna meet up for a cigar one day? You let me know.
I don't smoke
Oh,
cigars,
hell yeah.
just regular cigarettes, but you know.
I'm sure you could make an
Hey,
exception.
A smoke is a smoke. It don't matter. He'll be
No,
inside in the warmth with his cigar. You'll be outside in the 70-degree weather being
Well,
cold with your cigarettes.
I'll
All
tell you
right.
what,
Exactly.
there is one cigar I like, and he's probably going to say it's not a cigar, but I love the backwoods.
And there you go. It's C90's getting in on the hot.
Hodl. Now there's a whole debate. We're gonna start a whole new debate with the Bitcoiners. Is it hodling or hodling?
That's it. So Cody, how long have you actually been like dipping your toes in crypto?
25 years.
Wow, that's gonna be a surprise, right? Right out of the womb, baby.
You were 16 or something, right? 17 when you got involved?
So I started. I mean, I had always, when I was in high school, I graduated high school around 2019. Right before that, I had been playing around, but I started learning Solidity and doing little projects on Ethereum. Probably 2020 was when I really started dabbling from the as a developer.
Okay.
So
What
we have
about
been
and
4 years?
oh, sorry. Go ahead. Please finish. I apologize for interrupting.
No, I was just saying 4 years. The same time frame as me. I got involved in crypto 4 years ago.
Okay. And now you said as a developer, but like, did you have any interest in investments prior to doing development?
I'll be honest with you. I always valued the technology of blockchain way more. The way I like to say it is, it's not a financially backed asset. We know that, but it's a technologically backed asset.
Yes.
And I was always fascinated by the technology and always intrigued of how it's going to actually be implemented into the world. So, for example, my first project, I made a NFT contract and a whole front end for authenticity of watches, and just neat ideas like that. And then, of course, the NFT craze came, and that wild era created a very big stigma.
I made a lot of money than the NFT craze. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, as long as you succeeded during it. But yeah, to answer your question, I did invest in it. I always have had a little bit of Bitcoin, and I was big on Ethereum back in 2020, 2021. But I didn't really get into the altcoins until probably about a year and a half ago.
Okay.
And that mutual friend that Dan and I have really got me interested in it. He handed me a book, and all it took was reading that.
Bitcoin Standard?
Yeah. And then
Bitcoin Standard is a great book. For those that don't know, 3/4 of that book is just monetary theory and monetary history. It's the last quarter that's about Bitcoin.
Yep. And when you start learning about Michael Saylor and some of these other great names, it opens your eyes when you start looking at it differently. I was out of the cigar bar I go to normally with a couple of guys, and they were talking about, well, what the hell with this Bitcoin? We can't even buy anything with it yet. And I just said to them, you guys, you're missing the point. It's digital gold.
Yeah. It's a store of value.
Mm-hmm. Right. So
but there are things you can buy with Bitcoin.
Well,
Yeah,
right.
of course.
Right.
Look, bartering. Bitcoin is a bartering tool. It's a first and foremost a wealth generating asset and investment. It's a store of value. It has outperformed every other asset out there, except for the shit coins that go up 10,000% or whatever. Well,
Right.
in the long run, Bitcoin has outperformed every other major asset. It's a store of value. It's not money, like I said earlier in the broadcast. It's not stable enough to be money. And I transacted. I sold gold backs and got Bitcoin for it. I think I got the better end of the deal because when I did that deal, I think Bitcoin was at 60 or 70,000. It's up to 100,000. So my Bitcoin is worth more than the gold because that movement doesn't happen in gold like that. But
Right.
but you can barter with anything. There you go. Go back.
Oh, there's the
baby.
go back. Hold on,
There
I'll
you
bring it
go.
up. Hold on. There we go.
There you go. That's the back. The beautiful thing about gold backs, they deposit atom by atom. They have basically a
Nice.
laser that etches the gold right onto that polyethylene. And it's that the one gold back is thin enough that if you hold it up to the sun, it has you can see that it has a blue haze. That's how you know it's gold. Gold has a blue haze when you're shooting.
So I'm
through
curious, and you don't have to answer it, but what is a gold back like that worth approximately?
$5.32 or 40 something cents right now.
I remember, didn't you say that it's worth like the gold worth is like $2 and change, but then the
Premium.
is what makes it worth that amount of money?
Yeah, it's called a sticky premium. To manufacture gold to 1/1000th of an ounce into that design, it's pretty expensive. And then gold back needs to make a profit too. So the gold's $2.50. They're paying that, and they add more than 1/1000th of an ounce. I was talking to the CEO. They actually put 1.005 amount of gold in each gold back. So each gold back has slightly more than 1/1000th of an ounce. So it's a little more expensive to make than 1/1000th. And then there's the cost to manufacturing it. So you factor that in, and then the fact that gold back needs to make a profit. So that's why there's 100% premium. I'm guessing the manufacturing is like 40 or I think the manufacturing is like 60% of the value of gold. It's high. So then there's different price points. You got dealers who get a better price than authorized partners. Then you have UPMA members that have a discounted rate, and then you have the retail rate, which is what's on the goldback.com website. So I think it's like $5 and maybe 40 cents, 50 cents. I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what, the idea about gold backs is obviously spreading too. I listen to a lot of podcasts. I don't know about you guys. I'm lazy. Do I like reading? I do, but like I'd rather listen to a podcast, quite frankly. And I was listening to a podcast that had absolutely nothing to do with finance. It was honestly about building websites, and their sponsor was the Goldback. Goldback. I was like, what? No, you don't belong here. You belong on the other podcast, not on this podcast. But it just kind of struck home to me that like, okay, so it's germinating, it's spreading, it's getting the information that people want something other than the U.S. dollar is out there and spreading fast.
Yeah, well, that's like Danny was saying the last time. We're one of the few countries that only use one form of currency.
Yeah,
So,
I think we're the
yes,
only
you did
country.
say that.
We're the only country that uses one
Hi, Sarah.
currency.
Welcome.
Yeah, and by making gold and silver legal tender, we're more in line with the rest of the world, and we're giving people the option to put their wealth in my opinion, a currency that steals your wealth, or gold and silver that preserves your wealth.
Amen.
I might be looking around and doing all this stuff, but I listen.
Yeah, you do. I appreciate that.
Even when he's drinking, he's listening. There you go.
I'm always drinking, so.
Yeah, well, there you go. There it is.
All right.
Dan, let me
Anything
ask
else?
you a question. So, with your efforts, what's the plan to try to attract my generation? Because when I show people my little coins of silver, they think I'm crazy.
Yeah. Asset-backed digital currencies. So using the Glint card, using the virtual debit card from Kinesis, Load, and others, right? We're in a digital age. That's why C4, that's one of the big reasons why they hired me as executive director, because I came from on the sound money side of things, I came from the digital Bitcoin, and then I merged it with the gold. And Citizen Sound Money, asset-backed digital currencies is a term that one of our board members and Jim, our late founder, came up with. We're actually trying to get a patent for asset-backed digital currencies. You know, we're working with the patent office right now because they came back said that it's too broad, so we narrowed the terms. But I think that is the number one way, right? Because it's easier to convince somebody in our generation, millennial, Z generation, whatever the new generation's called, to use digital gold and silver with a debit card than it is physical. Look, the old gold and silver bucks. Excuse me, the alcohol's making me hiccup. You know, they still, and a lot of them still believe if you don't hold in your hands, you don't own it. But we are now in a digital age. Like, we're not going to go back to strictly physical. Physical is important. We believe at C47 physical is important because of anonymity, sovereignty, and autonomy in your and controlling your wealth. And gold and silver is the oldest form of money that the people, not the governments, the people chose as a form of money. And we're just bringing it to the 21st century, and blockchain technology has allowed us to completely own our digital gold and silver versus, you know, I mean, there's companies out there that have traditional database systems that allocate ownership of gold and silver, but asset-backed digital currencies, you actually own the currency, and it's backed with companies that audit their gold and silver holdings to make sure that there is more gold and silver than there is digital assets that are in existence in circulation. So I think that bridging the gap between the old and the new world with blockchain technology, I became a Bitcoiner and a believer, not in cryptocurrency. I became a believer in blockchain technology because I truly believe, and that's why I went from politics to crypto. I'm still in politics because I believe blockchain can provide more personal, political, and economic freedom than any political activity of man. But I've wised up because there's so many forces fighting politically against blockchain. We also need to ensure that blockchain technology provides those freedoms through positive law, through positive legislation. But I still do believe blockchain technology has changed humanity because of the fact that we can own something digitally, whether it's gold and silver, real estate, any other real world assets. The central banks around the world are talking about digitizing many different types of assets because now you can own it digitally without having to rely on a third party to keep track of. Like banks,
I bring this up only because you're still kind of in the conversation, and
I'm just waiting for him to stop, and I'm like, God, I got a lot to say, or something to say at least. But
No. I think you should at least speak to this because I think it plays to what you said earlier, where a lot of times when you go to talk to these people, you have a limited amount of time. It's hit the topic and shut the hell up, because that's basically what lobbying is at this point. So if I'm wrong, though, Daniel, please correct me there. But I mean, I think that's the more reason for that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
No.
So the pushback comes when you don't explain something right, or they just don't understand it. So you got to just educate them properly. And look, education is mostly of understanding who you're talking to, right? So you have to understand what's important to the audience. And with legislators, you have to ask questions and figure out what is most important to them. Every legislator has their own agenda. So
That's true.
So yeah, pushback is good because it means they didn't understand anything. Gives you a different opportunity to be able to explain it to a point where they understand it. So I mean, when last year I came at it at a very high level. I've really come down and just gotten down to the basics. You know, just because not everybody's in crypto, they don't understand the digital ownership. They don't understand what it is. What Bitcoin did was it created an immutable, which means it can't be changed, it can't be altered. It's impossible right now to hack the Bitcoin network because there's just too much computing power to hack it. Not one government in the world can hack it, and it's naturally in and of itself quantum resistant, because if there are attacks with quantum computers, it just makes the mining a block much more expensive. Much more difficult. So Bitcoin and all proof of work blockchains are naturally resistant to quantum computing attacks. What's not naturally resistant are proof of stake. Now, Cardano has implemented. There's a lot of ways to implement protections against quantum attacks, but yeah, pushback is good because it just means you have another opportunity to explain something so that they understand it.
Bedell, go ahead, jump in. I know you wanted to. I was just going to tell
I
you.
almost kind of forgot the question.
Yes, sir.
Can you repeat the question again real quick?
There was. You had a few
Are
questions.
you
about what I was
you're
saying.
talking about the one I brought up on the screen. Oh, I'm sorry. And before
No,
I do that,
I thought. Oh, go ahead.
take care, C90. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
I thought
it was
Cody
this.
up there.
Oh,
I'm listening. I'm just gonna let my cat in. He's scratching at the door.
No, but I thought Cody had a question, and that's where we were going with
I'm
that.
sorry, Cody. I
Like
apologize.
explaining Bitcoin and gold to young people. Was that basically the question?
And I think Dan connected it well. He touched the point on digital, combining the digital with the physical, kinesis.
I was gonna say, and the credit card and so on. Yeah.
Well, I was just saying, like most people your age, older, younger, whatever, they use their phone. They just, they go to the convenience store, the gas station, a vending machine, whatever, and they just put their phone up there. And it just takes money out of their account. And that's all digital money. And I'm not going to say like Bitcoin is digital money, but a lot of people say Bitcoin is digital money or digital gold. And it's gold in a new era. And there's been proven studies that money changes every 100 years. But we've had this paper fiat money for how many hundreds of years? And it's like, okay, so this might be the next revelation of the money standard. I mean, we're already digital enough every day. I mean, if you think about it, you look at it, like, how much of your stuff is digital every day? I mean, I'm not saying like Bitcoin is the new digital gold, but that's what a lot of people claim it is. It could be, it could not be. Who knows? I mean, 5, 10 years, maybe 50 years, we'll find out. But to explain it to a young person is, okay, your ancestors used to hoard gold, silver, and ammo and gunpowder underneath their bed, underneath their house, in the floorboards.
Well,
and nowadays we just take we take the same kind of items in digital form and hide it in a wallet, and we take that wallet, we hide it in the same places that our ancestors did. Under the carpet, in the mattress, under the floorboards.
But there's an argument for still using physical gold and silver, because look what happened in Asheville with Helene. It knocked out the power grid, cell phones, and internet. Nobody had access to anything. They were only taking gold, cash, and silver. So you still want physical wealth in case shit hits the fan. And it doesn't even need to be society collapsing. It could be a natural disaster that knocks everything out, and you need something to barter with. And cash, gold, and silver. Even though I'm not a fan of cash, most people recognize it. So you still want to have some cash in the safe, some gold and silver, so you can transact and buy things if or when something happens, natural disaster or societal collapse, whatever. Preppers are societal collapse. Pragmatic is natural disaster.
Daniel, me and you have already had this talk a little bit on that round table that one time, but
yeah.
I completely agree. I mean, it never hurts, and you cannot go wrong with having a little bit of everything.
Yep, 100%.
But like I said in the round table, I'm going to make this real quick. Like he says, have tangible assets, gold, silver, and cash. Okay, that's fine. But if you're in that atmosphere, like, what was it, Asheville, North Carolina, I think it was?
Yeah.
And your house is completely decimated, and you had gold and silver and some cash in, like, say, 3 separate safes. And your house ends up, say, even 5 miles down the river. Put it lightly, 5 miles down the river. You're thinking 5 miles of a
that's where preparation
foot wide water flood. You're going to find 3 safes. I mean, yes, maybe, but
yeah, preparation is important. What was it after Helene? The other one that came across the state, we had a bunch of tornadoes.
Milton in Florida.
We had a bunch of tornadoes coming near me. I got all my gold and silver out of my safe, put in my backpack, got my go bag, got my food all by the door, got my cat bins, everything in case something happened with a tornado or the hurricane. So that it might have been horrible outside, but I could grab my cats, put them in the crate, got my backpack heavy as shit with my gold and silver, run in my car to run away. So you got to prepare. If you know a storm's coming and you start feeling the vibrations and winds and everything, grab your shit, put it in a backpack, and go. Don't have so much gold.
Yeah, but for example, what if you're on a family vacation 2 or 3 states away at minimum,
Well, you
or
can't tell me
across the country?
right.
Say you got family in California and you're over there visiting for a birthday, you know, like a great aunt, great uncle, whatever example you want to use. You're across the fucking country, or you're 2 or 3 states away, and you can't get there in time. And then what?
I always carry with my jewelry, and then in my wallet, I always carry about $3 to $4 grand worth of gold and silver on me. So, I mean, yeah, I might have lost, tens of thousands of dollars of gold and silver because I was out of town. But if I knew a hurricane was coming or some type of storm, see, the Asheville people were caught out. It was a 100-year freak accident, like a weather anomaly. Yeah, but you can't prepare for everything. You can prep, and you're prepping just in case, but there are always situations. But if you're prepping and you are watching the weather, you're more likely than not going to be okay. Like I
Keith,
just
can you show your ring? You still got the tantrum ring on?
What?
Yeah. So that's the tantrum ring that Keith has on. That holds, I want to say all of his crypto, but hopefully not.
Well,
Mine
no,
would
it
be
does.
But it's still a wallet that you wear as a ring, and all you need to do is sync it to your phone. And I'm assuming you need cell service because it's electronic.
Right.
Well,
And
So
Yeah.
all you gotta do is have a cell phone and that ring and cell service, and you can still use your crypto, which is nice because now you don't have to carry a physical wallet or anything. It's just a ring on your finger.
like right now,
There's
half of
also,
my wealth
but there's
is
also
in,
like 2 sides to every story.
yeah. I mean, since I opened my bullion business, half my wealth is in physical metals, the other half is digital, and I'm fine with that. And because I have gold as well, a lot of my wealth is in gold. It's denser, and I have a lot of silver. So my backpack was probably 40 pounds or so, give or take. But I can handle that. I'm a big dude, you know. But
That's not a lot.
you don't have ton. I mean, there's some people who have like a ton of silver that they can't carry.
Right.
I like an 80-20 split. Have 80% of your wealth in gold, physical gold, and silver. In gold, and then the 20% in silver. Just because gold is so much more dense and wealth than silver, and gold has always outperformed silver when it comes to inflation. It's just a better metal.
But where's the Bitcoin in that though?
I have Bitcoin too, but that's digital. We're talking about if shit hits the fan, you have no cell phone reception, internet, or anything. You're gonna want some gold, cash, and silver.
Okay, well I didn't know we were talking about if or when shit hits the fan. I thought it was more or less like a
day to day electronic for
general
sure.
idea.
100. I wouldn't have 50% of my wealth in physical if I didn't have a bullion business. It was almost all digital, gold, silver, and Bitcoin. And then as I started selling gold and silver, I started converting my digital assets into physical assets, preserving my wealth, just because I needed inventory. But yeah, I mean, look, the rule of thumb is take your age, subtract it from 100. Whatever your age is, you should have in safe assets. To me, that's gold and silver. The difference between 100 and your age, you can have in risky assets, digital assets like cryptocurrency, stocks, and so forth. So I mean, I have more. I have like 90 or 80% in gold and silver. Not financial advice, just my recommendation. Yeah,
exactly.
So, but yeah, how about you, Cody? You're a 23-year-old. What percentage is physical? What percentage?
I was literally just gonna. I was just gonna ask him.
24.
Yeah,
Sorry, 24.
So, I would say less than 10% is physical.
Yeah, he's a young guy.
90% digital.
Yeah, and I was the same way until I started the bullion business.
Plenty of these guys standing around.
Oh yeah, Kinesis silver rounds. Absolutely.
But yeah, and then from Jim Forsyth, I have some of his bars from his mint. But yeah, no, I love Kinesis. I love holding it digitally, and I mean, what can I say? I'm a tech guy. I do understand the importance of keeping it physical.
Yeah.
And-
So at the bottom of this broadcast, there is a link. Yes, Mining Stocks is one of our biggest supporters at C4SM. Hello, Mining Stocks. Yes, Kinesis rounds are phenomenal. We just recently got some footage from our TV show of the Kinesis Mint in Turkey. Man, it is that their operation is amazing. And dude,
I'd like to hear more from Cody. I think he had a lot more to say.
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He's got like some physical stuff, but he's like, yeah, it's only 10% of my stuff is only physical, and because he's a tech guy, and I just wanted to maybe hear a little bit more about.
You know, it's kind of interesting because I live like a double life. I live in two different worlds. You know, I've got this side of me that I'm with my friends that are around my age group, and then I've got these friends that that are buying you know, $1 million in silver a year. So it's weird merging these two worlds because I mean, at the end of the day, I'm young and I'm risk tolerant. I want to be going in and doing silver options and going into Robinhood and, you know, buying GameStop. I didn't actually do that, but the point is, yeah. So I think it's a goal to get more physical. But let me ask you guys this: put yourself into my shoes in retrospect now. How much could you weigh out having the wisdom of over a decade past my age versus taking the shot?
24% of your wealth should be in gold and silver, digital and physical, and then 76% should be in cryptocurrency. That's
As
just
simple as that.
as a former stockbroker, that's my fiduciary responsibility. I'm going to use it till I die. So you know, you have 10% physical, and I don't know how much you have in digital gold and silver, but you're fine. You're good. Me, I'm older. We're all older. We were 40, 50, 90, whatever we are.
Oh, damn, Keith.
Dirt. I'm dirt. Yes, dirt. Yes, yeah.
We need more of our wealth in safe assets, because if we lose it in cryptocurrency, we're screwed. We don't have the time horizon to get it back. You got 76 years if you lived 100 to get it back.
As the person that's closest to your age, Cody,
By a few months, okay?
I would have to say, in my younger years, I ran into a lot of money inheritance. My mom died, I ran into more money. Oh, blah. I spent a lot of money on booze, blow, and hookers.
There you go.
So
You sound
I
like
would
my
say
generation.
you got to take about 10% and have fun with it. The other 90, split it up between gold, silver, and Bitcoin. Or no, hold on. So you got 90% left. I would take 45% of that, split it up between gold, silver, and Bitcoin. The other 45% of it, invest in what you want to do. If you have a goal and you have a dream, you want to do something, put money into an account to achieve that goal.
Yeah, and like we've said in this show before, go to DCA, pay yourself first. Whatever your income is,
Pay yourself first. Amen.
10% immediately put into savings, right? You want to have at least minimum, in my opinion, 6% of your expenses into cash equivalent gold, silver. And then anything beyond, ideally you want 12 months in case you lose your business or whatnot. That way you can survive off of your savings. Gold and silver to me isn't an investment. Gold and silver is savings. Cash, because we're in a fiat world, have some cash.
But does he have a business though?
Yeah, he has a business. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was a business owner for like 15 years, and I understand that. Like, you got to make sure the business has money, and
you pay everybody else first. Yeah. That's
Yep.
the deal.
As a business owner, you're the one that's last paid.
Yep.
Don't matter if it's $1 or 10,000. You're the last one paid.
Yeah.
And I'm putting a link to a clip we did during that roundtable about paying yourself first in the live chat. So anybody else can
I think
check
Cody
that out.
needs to come back at some point before we've already been live for like 2 hours and already had a little few too many, because I'd love to pick his brain, maybe give him advice, maybe, but
No, picking his brain would
Hey,
definitely be good.
advice is advice. Like, whether you take it or not, that's fine. But I don't want to be all like, do this, do that, you know, like
Well, you're like that most
all
of the time.
drunk and stupid. But
you're like,
No, you know what? Use me as the benchmark of. I mean, my age group is now entering the real world.
yeah, but when I was your age, Bitcoin wasn't even around.
Yeah.
Well, I got nieces that
And
live
a
near
few years after that, a buddy introduced me to it, and me and like 5 other buddies, we all put like $1,000 each into this guy that was going to CPU mine Bitcoin. We were going to make like 2 to 3 Bitcoin a day, and we're like, all right, fine, cool. We're going to make like each like $5 a week, whatever, fine. And then he went to the casino and gambled it all away.
Yeah.
I got family members that are your age that live in Cape Coral, and I'd love to hear from somebody your age, because when I talk about it, they're like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's honestly, I mean, I got most of my families in Fort Myers.
Yeah.
Here's what us old guys are trying to say in a roundabout way. We've lived our life. We're no longer young. You're the future to carry on the torch of freedom and to teach the next generation, your peers. We've done it. We've been in our 20s, 30s, 40s, 60s, 70s, you know, whatever. We've lived our life. Dirt. But look, we're here to give you whatever life experience and wisdom we can. And, you know, we love the fact that young people like you are getting into financial literacy, getting into investments, getting into cryptocurrency, things that we did not grow up with. You're ahead of the game.
amen.
And
like,
you know what?
Even Keith, though, with what Keith's doing, $25 a week.
Yeah.
It don't even have to be that, though, at your age.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
$10 a week. It could be $5 a week. And
Just
if you
get into
up it,
whatever.
The
but it could be a
discipline.
401k. It could be $4 a week. It could be whatever, and up it as you can afford
What
it.
you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what he just said, it's about the discipline of doing it. It's about the discipline of doing it.
You pay yourself first every paycheck, it becomes a habit. And by the time you're our age, just from saving and gold and silver and investing, you'll be a millionaire. I mean, you're going to become a millionaire much sooner because of everything that we're doing, you know, but for the normal young kid, get the discipline. Like your generation, even my generation, we're just not disciplined. And if you just make it a habit of constantly DCAing every paycheck, every contract, 10%, save it in the gold, silver, and then invest whatever else above that. Because the 10%.
And don't think about retirement.
No.
If a company offers you retirement, just say no and put that money and DCA it into whatever you feel better, because there's so many people right now that are freshly retiring and they're already working again because their retirement's not enough.
And even if you want to do
and
it,
I feel like personally, like I'm 39, almost 40. By the time I hit retirement age of 65, 68, there's going to be nothing left.
But so anyway,
Social Security,
a laser company, you can buy you a hat right here, right now. Got to show it, Keith.
I'm trying. Hang on.
There you go.
Let's see if I get it in there.
There you go. Do it for the nose.
Mining stocks. Mining stocks is 39 as well.
That's funny.
I like what he said about Cody. Cody, smart.
Just so you know, I do have laser business here, so those are my laser machines.
Yeah. Wow.
I've actually made more off of those than I have crypto lately, but.
Yeah.
Well, you've had a lot of work lately.
It was good to see you in here on the chat too.
Yes.
I mean, maybe next time you can,
jump on
magic
with us.
a wand and have a camera and show your face. You don't have to show your face. You can still come on.
He's talking to mining stocks. See if trying to con him. Come on here with us.
I can send mining stocks. I'll send you the link if you want to hop on. Hold on. Let me.
I appreciate the
Cody. Sorry, Cody. Go ahead.
We're good.
Well, I was just gonna say I really do appreciate you being here. Seriously, just to give you an idea of your age versus my adult children's age. My youngest one is the closest to you, and he is 26, and up to age 34 at this point. And so they've all got their own families. They got kids, but they're still kids to me. Okay. And I go try and talk to them about this. I guess I taught them that they need to understand not being a slave to debt. So I guess I did that part right. But to try and get them away from USD, I might as well just shoot myself now. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately. Do you see that? I guess here's my question in the long and short, but please, I hope you come back. I hope we didn't scare you away. But do you see that kind of ideal with your generation or people you're around your age? Is it's got to be, that's it. Bam. It's
the way that I would describe it is it's tunnel vision. We have grown up in the US and we've lived our whole life here, and we've lacked the experience of seeing other parts of the world and how important gold and silver is. And I think that's one of the leading issues to my peers. Just the trust in government, because we've never known anything different. We didn't live through seeing other countries collapse and empires collapse.
Can I just ask you to clarify that? So you're saying your age generation has trust in government or does not?
I think they have a lot more trust in government. Now, You guys are not nearly quite old enough to have seen the switch to fiat, but you guys may have been raised by people that were very active in the world of business during that. So those values might have been instilled on you guys more. Now, my generation, take that another generation out beyond that, and that was just never a topic of conversation. It was never in my parents' life, and so it was never instilled onto me.
Yeah,
but
me, like 3/4 more than no, I don't know. Hold on, but Dell, myself, and you, we grew up in a fiat standard. I think. When were you born, Keith? What year?
I caught the very end of the gold. It was literally the switch to when you could no longer use the gold. Yeah.
Yeah, you said you're almost a boomer, so I figured you're probably old enough to. You're a little kid.
Said, dirt. Yep.
Dirt.
I mean, I don't know. Like these like boomer eras and all that shit changes. I swear, like by the month. I thought I was like a Gen X, and everybody's calling me a Gen Z, and then they're saying like, no, you're a new boomer, and I'm like, what the fuck is a new boomer? Like all these new names for us millennials, which
I can't keep track of anything past Gen Z. I've lost it. I don't know what they call it.
Yeah.
What is your generation called now, Cody?
Mine's Z.
That whole thing about
Yeah. Okay. I think the new one's Alpha, Gen Alpha.
Yeah, it's next gen or Alpha, right?
Okay. Oh my god.
Like that so like I was born in April, so I'm an Aries. I can't think of what that's called.
What do you mean? Like the horoscope?
Yeah, the horoscope. So when they changed the horoscopes, my Aries is now not an Aries because it changed one day, and my birthday is on that day. And I'm like, fuck you. I've been an Aries for 35 years. And you're going to tell me in the last 2 years I'm not an Aries? Fuck you. I've been an Aries for 35 years. Like, come on. And you're going to change it by like one day. And they're like, yeah, it's only one day. It's not a big improvement. I go, it is improvement to me because that was my birthday. So now you fucking changed all my shit, changed all my horoscopes, all my future whatever from these medians because of one day. And they're like, well, we're sorry. And I'm like, no, fuck you. I'm just not going to listen to what the fuck you say.
I'm going to be what I want to be. There you go.
When was the last time you read a horoscope?
It's not that, but I was in Aries for 35 fucking years. And then all of a sudden you want to change it.
Or whatever you used to read back in the day. They give the horoscope every day. I ain't read that shit since I don't remember one.
Yeah, Alpha Gen Z is the new one. Okay.
I said I was going to get off a lot earlier.
That's what I was trying to think of.
Yeah, I know. You're going to head out now that we're really going. Yeah.
I got things to do. I mean,
I know,
should've
I
done-
know. I appreciate every time you come on, and I really do.
Look,
And
Cody,
keep up
if I'm gonna
keep up
give
the
you
good
one piece
work.
of advice that I wish I would have had from my parents when I was younger. No matter what, invest in what you're investing in, but 401k or whatever, just throw some money at it. Because my company sold like 3 times and it could have rolled over every time. And I was scared because I knew it sold. So I'm like, I'm not going to invest in what I might not get. They can't take it from you. Keep investing, put it away, forget about it, and carry it on.
They
Same.
can't take it from you, but they can tax the shit out of it though,
I'm
because it's
not worried
legal
about taxes,
currency.
I'm not worried about
Um,
taxes. If you can live without it, just go ahead and put it away.
Thank you.
Daniel, before you go though, I want to let you know because the voting is now over because I
Yes.
put a time limit on the polls. Aether won again tonight
There
by
you go.
a huge margin.
Really? What percentage?
Huge margin. It was 53%.
Wow. And the next highest was what, like 10, 20%?
The next highest was 22%.
Yeah, huge.
That's a
Sorry,
huge margin.
I know I don't have to give my vote, but I did not vote for it. I like it deeper.
Deeper.
Anyway.
That's what she said.
said.
Hey, where's the wife? The wife is supposed to say that.
Yeah, that's right. Where's your wife? Yeah,
I forgot we're not on after hours.
yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
yeah. All right.
Well, thank
But
you guys.
Daniel, seriously, thank you, and I keep up the good work in what you're doing with the lobbying because it is much needed. It really is.
Absolutely.
Really is.
Absolutely. Well, Cody, hey, thanks for coming on, man. Have fun with these old geezers. And
Oh, am I sticking on?
if you want, you can go too.
Oh
That's
yeah,
fine.
you can go. You can. We don't tie you
gotta
in here.
stay.
Yeah.
No, you gotta stay.
I'm good for a
All
little
All
bit.
I gotta do is click one button that says it's got like a red circle with an X in the middle. It says "Leave Studio." All I gotta do is click that, and you're gone. But
So
Yeah.
next time I come down,
we're not forcing you to stay at all.
no,
No,
Cody,
I'm
next
good
time I
with
come
listening.
down,
No, we want him to stay. It's good to have some young blood here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Cody, next time I come down Pine Island Road,
Mhm.
almost a burnt store,
Mhm.
Diamond Billiards, we're gonna go shoot some pool.
I'm
even
all
buy
for
the
it.
drinks. I'll even buy the drinks.
I'm all
All
for
right.
it.
All right, there
I'll
you go,
come
Daniel. I
join
gotta
you. You
step
guys
away
come-
for a minute, so I just want to say have a good week, and I'll hit
Thank
you
you.
up. Okay, I just gotta step away for a minute, so I didn't want you to leave before I came back.
Sounds
Thanks,
good. All
Dan.
right, guys. Thank you so much. And if you do come down, you shoot pool, call me. I'm about 3 hours from Fort Myers, so I'll come join you guys.
All right, hey, we'll get
All right,
together.
guys. Have fun, Cody. Later,
Thanks for
guys.
the invite, Dan.
Absolutely.
Later, Daniel.
Later. Bye.
But that's my stomping grounds, man. I got in a lot of trouble downtown Fort Myers. They had a place called Eddie Fish Bowls.
I don't think they have it anymore. It doesn't
I
sound so
doubt it.
familiar.
I
Yeah.
got it. But they had a fish bowl that had 25 shots of rum and a fish bowl. And me and my buddy drank one. And then we decided to go ahead and get another one. And this is, well, way before your time, but I passed out on a park bench downtown. And I lost my Nextel. That's how old it was, Bedell, because Bedell would know Nextel.
Dude, I fucking miss Nextels with a beep beep, chirp, alert, just fucking screaming into the phones. Well, your friend is at a restaurant with his girlfriend on like the first date, and you're just like, hey, motherfucker, let's come over, let's do some blow and some fucking Jaeger bombs.
I was never that hard, Bedell.
So are you still in Florida?
No, I'm in Tennessee now.
Okay.
Yeah, I love Tennessee, though. I would probably never move back to Florida.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I go down there all the time. I'm there probably 2 times a year.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have been down at Christmas, but the wife starts a new job. She starts actually on Monday.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, no, Tennessee is beautiful. I got to experience it for the first time in September, drove through the Smoky Mountains. It was just stunning.
well, my daughter has a place, because I got 4 daughters.
Mm-hmm.
One of my daughters has a place in Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
So we go there about every 3 or 4 months, and we go downtown and hang out and have a good time. But
That's great.
I live about 2 hours from Nashville. I'm like Alabama, Mississippi line in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But
That's
no,
great.
Fort
Yeah.
Myers is great. I mean, you're in Estero, so you're closer to Corkscrew area.
Yeah.
I mean, somewhere in that kind of zone. I mean,
Yeah. If if you get off of, you know where the Gulf Coast Town Center is?
Yeah.
I live right behind it. Right
I
by
got
there.
a family member that works at a restaurant in the Gulf Coast Town Center. I'm not going to name it because,
Mhm.
you know,
That's cool. I'll know it.
yeah.
Really neat. Yeah, no, that's my area right there. I've been down here for five years.
Yeah.
Going on
I only
6.
moved away 12 years ago.
Okay,
Well,
so
maybe
you got to see
maybe
it
13
yourself
now.
out. Mhm.
When I moved, though, if you went down Fowler,
Yeah.
Metro didn't meet Fowler. Metro just went straight through. It did not come across and meet Fowler.
Yeah, no, it's right by the airport, the little airport. Yeah.
So, I mean, the Fort Myers is like, I go down there as much as I can. I went down there last year, and I went to Fort Myers Beach after that hurricane, because the hurricane that went through, I was actually there for my brother-in-law's birthday, and it hit on a Wednesday, and we were supposed to fly out that Wednesday, and we switched and found a flight somehow, luckily, on Tuesday.
Oh wow, you lucked out.
Found all of his hurricane shutters got them put up right before we left.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I was here for that for Ian. That was 150-mile-an-hour winds. That was demonic to say the least.
Well, he's the police officer, so he had to go to work, so he couldn't even be there at home with his family because he's a Lee County Sheriff's deputy.
Okay, wow. Yeah, it's really, really cool to see how the area evolved. Even since when I started, I'd be able to go to a class, leave 10 minutes before class, show up early. By my last semester, I had to leave 45 minutes minimum.
Traffic, but I'm looking at traffic when I could fly from Palm Beach Boulevard all the way over to, I think it's called Victory Lane Chevrolet now. I worked right behind it, and I can get there in about 25 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
By the time I left, I was 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And I went to work in Port Charlotte, so I-75 North, but that was easy because everybody heads south to Fort Myers for work because that's where the people are.
Right.
I think the last time I looked, there were 750,000 people in Fort Myers, Early County.
Mm-hmm. And then they all come in troves right after Thanksgiving.
Yep. Well, after Thanksgiving, you got it all the way till Easter.
Yep.
Trust me, I know.
Yep, we're in the thick of it right now.
So I've been in auto parts my whole life, so right there on Metro and Daniels is where my auto parts store was that I worked for a lot of my career.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's it's really a great area. I absolutely love it. I see myself staying here for a good while.
I mean, I loved it, but it started turning into like Edison Mall. There was fightings and shootings and stuff. There's cops out arresting somebody, and somebody was shooting somebody while the cops were trying to arrest them.
Yeah. We try to stay a little south of what's going on over there.
I'm gonna say south of the trouble.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anyways, we'll go back to do what we're doing. Everybody left, so I just figured I'd talk something I knew with them. So
Yeah, that's all right. Trade Intuition is now awake. He's not going to be joining us, I don't think, because he's got DMs to take care of. I don't know when the man sleeps, so when he says knocked out, I believe it because
the guy is live like 5 to 6 times a fucking day for at least an hour
I don't
each.
even know how he does it, man.
And he still only has $14. Damn it, Joe.
Yeah.
What are you doing wrong, man?
Yeah, exactly. So appreciate you letting me know that. Thanks, Joe. And go ahead, take care of business, man. Take care of business.
You ever watch him, Cody?
I'm not sure. Trade Intuition.
Yeah, he shows a lot of trading.
Yeah, see,
And
he's $14.
And if you ever want to watch him, just turn on YouTube. He's always live.
I mean, he's with me on Monday mornings at 10. He does a weekday thing at noon. He's live on the weekends at 5 p.m. And then Monday through Friday, he's on Piper Academy doing training stuff at 4 p.m. That's all Eastern time.
I mean, I would watch him. He still's got the same $14 he started with. So
that's what I did. I just brought that up. He started laughing. He's like, yeah, $14. That's all I got. $14.
Funny. We did a lot of work back a few years ago with algo trading and back testing, and back when Thinkorswim before the merge, and a lot of custom indicators in there. Very fun stuff.
Nice. Well, then you and Joe might have some stuff to be talking about if you come back here. He's usually here every week. He obviously must have been tired because you know, if we keep him from going to the bar and spending money, he can have
Well,
his
no,
little
that's
drink
probably
while
what
he's
happened.
here, and then.
That's probably what happened. He probably went to the bar.
No, I believe that man, like Bedell said, he is like every day, multiple times a day. That guy, I don't need, like I said, don't know when he sleeps. Obviously,
See,
when he passes out.
I'm not going to compare the two, but Joe and Daniel are kind of the same. As they like the show because they can have drinks, they can smoke, and they can talk whatever the fuck they want and not be judged or criticized or anything like that. Like, this is just somebody else's show. They can say what they want, do what they want, whatever, fucking blah blah blah.
Yep.
Now,
Just
like,
shoot
they have their
baloney.
own channels. And then they're like on strict limits. Where this is like
Yeah, I can
I
be
want to say
casual.
free for all, but it's not. It's a lot more laid back and cool, calm, and collective kind of type. I
There
mean,
you go.
now
So
we're 3.5 hours in. Yeah, we've been drinking for 3.5 hours, if not more than that. So things get a little bit crazy, but not so bad. I mean, we used to do after hours where shit gets really crazy, but
yeah. But
so anyways, just so you know who I am, because I'm going to introduce myself. I'm the resident alcoholic, and I really don't even talk crypto. I just try to bullshit and have fun and keep people entertained. I do crypto. I'm just joking, but I'm not as deep.
you're like the old time crypto. You keep spieling about ETC and all your mining rigs are still on ETC. If you talk about anybody that does mining nowadays, they're
he
not
moved
on
his
ETC.
camera, and look, poof, he disappeared. See,
he's like the old time miner, not the new time miner. I'm not saying I'm the new time miner. I was more than new time mining, but after losing my ass on a lot of shit coins and mining them for months and months and months, and then all my shit just fucking stops working, I'm like, man, I'm gonna buy some power supplies, get these things up and running, wait for the bull market, prove they work, and fucking sell it all. And I'm just do like it does, and just start DCAing into Bitcoin and crypto, maybe a little bit of gold and silver.
Oh, I you know what? I was doing like the physical gold, which is where we got into that. I think it was before you got here, Cody. We were getting into the conversation about taxes and all that stuff. But I think I am going to start. I like the gold back thing. It makes more sense to me. It's easily portable. Yeah, exactly. It's wait, is he back? Are you back?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to show you that. Look, I turned on my mining rig.
Oh, the one you were working on? Oh, there you go. There you go.
2 cards, but that's what I was trying to show you. And my
got it, but now she's going. So there you go. All right, awesome.
Well, my hoe hat got in the way. My hoe hat knocked out my camera.
God love you, man. God love you.
Hose.
Wow.
He does good work, Cody. He hold on. He made this hat for me. I'm gonna bring it up full screen so you can see it with my logo on it.
Oh, cool! Very cool.
Yeah. He did one for Crypto Billy. I think you might have. Yeah, Crypto Billy is probably gone by the time. Oh, hold on. Yeah, it's me, not you.
That's a wallet. No, I got to get to the light right.
Yep.
That one. Hold on, I got one more sitting right here that I'm gonna pop it out and.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I like that. That one's like my favorite.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah, that's really neat.
And this is like just a test cup that I do stuff on. So if you look right down, where's that? It's right there. That's where I did like testing.
That's where he's tested it all out.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Different stuff, but there's a bunch more.
He's like interested, but not. He's like, yep, okay, that looks cool, but fuck that.
Yeah.
Hey,
I want to invest money and my time just to make some money. Like, no.
But I spent $1,000 on a machine, and I've already made $3,000. So I made 3 times the money. So I don't care.
There you go.
Profits.
Listen.
I sold Christmas ornaments just of a freaking elephant with a heart in it.
Wow.
Yep.
This other guy that's supposed to call me from Canada for like 4 months now. Let me see if I can not screw up my camera again.
Cody's like, man, this old guy is like way out of my league. Oh yeah,
Oh,
paperclip,
paperclip. There you go.
I mean,
Yeah, I
it's
haven't
just-
heard from
It's funny,
paperclip in a while.
you know.
I'm not sure who that is.
Last time I said something about him, he gave me some shit in a DM, and I'm like, hey, all I know is I send you that AMD 7800 XT, and you have not come on the live stream at all since because you're enjoying playing your video games because they look so goddamn good.
That's supposed to be like a cornhole. Coin
It's
hole. All right, I like
Cornhole.
it. Coin hole. Very nice.
it's corner.
Oh, dude, that would be an awesome set.
Yeah,
That would be an awesome set.
set. So each person, if you got kids, you take it
There
from
you
one
go.
of these sides, you throw a quarter at it, and you just
Yeah,
knock
yeah,
them off.
yeah. No, that's actually a great idea. That's a great idea. And to answer your question, or your comment, I guess, Cody, Paperclip, he's another crypto influencer.
Okay.
He primarily does mining of Veriscoin on phones, on cell phones. He has like a whole farm of cell phones doing
But
it.
he's also in Canada, so
Yeah, he's in
he's
Canada.
on a yeah.
So you guys have a really great network here of different skills. It's very, very
Well,
neat.
Mine's drinking.
Oh, yeah.
That's my skill.
And that's
Cheers.
oh, okay. I broke out my alcoholic eggnog. Cheers.
I don't have anything but cheers.
Hey, listen, you don't have to have alcohol. We encourage it, but you don't need it. I have my water back up, so we're good. Do whatever you want.
Yeah, I was a little unprepared. I was
Keith is
Yeah, you
over
were
his
kind of
head right
he
now.
roped you in there. He roped you right in, and then he
As the other resident alcoholic, you don't need an alcoholic beverage. I mean, a glass of water would be fine. So if or when you ever come back, just get a glass of water and call it whatever the fuck it is. It don't matter. Cheers is
yeah,
cheers.
well, I suppose that's
Drink
true.
whatever you got next to you. That's all that
And
matters.
It works. That's right. It's about the socializing, and that link, just so you're aware,
All right. Cheers.
Cheers.
that link that Daniel sent you, just so you're aware, is a permanent link, so you can use that any week. Come back. You don't need a new one.
great. Yeah, hopefully I can catch you guys in the first swing of it.
So
Yeah,
your
I mean,
time
hey,
starts at
whenever
7 o'clock every Friday.
And as you see, people are in and out all night long. It's what it is. You know what I mean? So
This is not
but
up, Keith.
what?
They're not in and out all night long. Most of the time, it's the same group.
Okay, but people come
Well,
in and
there
out.
was that one time we let strangers in. And yeah, we learned from that story.
Yeah, we got a bunch of trolls that night, and I don't know. Some people say you're making it when you're getting all the scammers and the trollsters and all this other stuff. Yeah, well, that's just a pain in the ass. So
It's just unfortunate though that like
he'll let me into his
Go ahead.
live stream, but I'm still not even a mod on his channel to kick him out.
hey, listen, man. I try to
put
give out
something
these
in
links
chat
all the
once
time.
in a while, fucker.
No, I'm out all the time when I get in there. But if I was a mod, I'd probably never mind. I kick people out. You didn't want kicked out.
Yeah, see, you got to use that power. What is it? With great power comes great responsibility. Yeah.
I don't have no responsibility. Cheers.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, what are you trying to get me drunk? Holy crap! Wait, too
I
late.
always try to get you drunk.
Too late. Anyway,
So Cody, as a youngin, water would probably be advised for you because
it's a youngin. That's a youngin.
I don't know how drunk you like to get or how much you like to drink, but every time you hear beer crack, it's a cheers. Every time someone comes back with a new drink, it's a cheers. Every time somebody says cheers, it's a cheers. Every time somebody puts cheers in the chat, it's a cheers.
Yeah.
If I had to be a bad man, you don't drink at all.
So you can understand why after almost a little over 3.5 hours, we're all like, that's a little too much.
No, you guys are wussies. I'm just getting started.
Again, some of us are dirt, so the body don't filter it the way it used to. Just saying.
I'm in between both of you guys. Now I'll drink you any night of the week.
Yeah, okay, you can have it.
I
won't
know.
even
I
fight
told you I'm the resident alcoholic.
I won't even fight you. So, well, I was gonna ask a question. See, you guys got me shit faced. I forgot to ask. What the hell I was gonna ask?
This is
Anyway.
our flood, Cody. Just so you know.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what this one's for. I mean, when I do other live streams during the week, and it's, you know, it's structured. It's what it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? Do you do anything like influencer wise, or do you just do coding?
Yeah, no, I tend to like to stay behind the screen. Yeah, I really don't have much of a presence at all. Especially even in my company, most people don't even know I exist. Now I have a partner that does the front facing, takes all the all the credit for everything, and I like to sit back and collect.
Hey, I feel the same
Hey,
way.
fair enough, man. Fair enough.
I am the Excel guy at my company and make everybody else look good, and I just sit in the background when it comes to the company part of it. Because my job, I got a hell of a job, pays me great, and this is just fun for me on the weekends. Like I told Keith, go to his Patreon. You know, $5 a month for anybody who's listening, and $1.25 a week. You get to go to the bar.
You get to go to the bar. And these days we've been pretty much staying here. What he's talking about is what we call, or I've been calling, after hours crypto, where we go there. The drinking definitely continues, and you know, it goes very quickly off the rails to topics that definitely not just crypto, especially when it was like election season. Oh my God. But anyway, but we've been trying, or I've been trying to kind of keep things here a little bit more, because with a lot of these people coming in, like earlier we had Crypto Billy and Daniel and so on and so forth, it brings a lot of new people here to Crypto on the Rocks, and it quite frankly is helping my YouTube channel. And I figure, you know what, if we can kind of spread it more that way, because I look at, or for the longest time, I didn't want to come on YouTube and do anything beyond maybe like a faceless video or something like that to supplement some my blog that I was doing. And I've kind of swapped things up, and I'm not really focusing so much on the blog anymore and focusing more on YouTube, because I kind of felt like I had a different perspective because of my age. I am not the typical demographic in crypto. And I was hoping that I would be able to share some of my insights and my points of view that wouldn't just help people of my generation, but would also help other generations. Because I mean, let's be honest, I'm sure you and I can look at the same thing and not see the same thing. So it's just that simple because of our experience and our age. You know what I mean? So that was my thought process with this. And that's why I really do hope you come back, because again, you know, yeah, we got a bit of an age range here, but you know, the more the range, the better, is the way I see it. So
absolutely.
But it's, to me though, it's nice that this young guy, Cody, and then you as the older guy, and then us two in the middle, and we all have different sayings, varieties, different savings, whatever. And like, you're DCAing into Bitcoin. Cody is over here doing, you know, whatever he wants, but I don't remember what he was doing, so I'm not gonna call you out. But I mean, he's got his own thing. He's 24. He's still a youngin', and I feel hopefully he returns and has a different mindset and a different algorithm and a different
It's just a different
things to like put two and two together.
Honestly, like you said, I love it because his perspective compared to ours, because we get stuck in ways to where we want to be, and he's got a new way of thinking because he's going into it in a different time frame than we did it. That's like Bedell said earlier. I'm an ETC guy. Well, ETCs at one point they were not any ASICs, and I could get 2 to 3 a day. You know, so I mean, it was like, wow. I was giving them away. I was giving them away because they were like $3 a piece to try
Yeah.
to grow a YouTube channel. You know,
Turn that reg on now. You're gonna get like 100th of an ETC per day.
Right.
Fuck,
I know,
what?
I mean,
No
you
wonder
know,
why nobody's fucking mining nowadays.
I don't, you know, regret anything I did. You know, at $3 a piece, because I'd probably give away 15. And you look at them at $30 now, that's what, 300 and something dollars. But I don't care because I believed in the person. That's like every once in a while I'll do something for Keith. I'll be like, hey, I'll give you a hat, do whatever, something. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just because.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure he got his chance to talk. We kind of like pushed him.
It's all.
I absolutely. I think it's what really intrigues me is after doing business with a lot more wise people. Of course, I understand that especially in my younger 20s, when I was, I had a couple brick and mortar, I had a couple arcades in the area, and I was dealing with older people as partners, and I come to the realization quick that most of the time they are right, even when I don't believe it. When I think they're completely wrong, and now, especially when I talk to people like you, it's finding that middle ground of applying my new way of thinking in my generation and applying that to the wisdom that people like yourselves have. And that is a tough area to battle.
Well, but the fact that you're willing to like try is, to me, the thing. I'm sorry, I'm trying to look something up right now. Daniel, it's a local news station. The YouTube video. He didn't send me a link.
I completely understand.
He's saying something about gold
Cody,
being on the news right now. Gold and silver being on the news right now. I'll research that. You guys go ahead, chat.
Well, I was gonna say I just completely understand where Cody's coming from of how he had arcades and whatnot, and he was listening to these old people. And then as a younger guy, he understands like the whole Bitcoin and cryptocurrency side of it, and he's like, I don't know what the fuck to do. Because he's at that age and he's smart enough. Like most 24-year-olds nowadays are like, if I can't have it, I don't want it. Like, just give it to me. Like I feel like most 24-year-olds or younger 30s and below just want that give me attitude. Like, just give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Like, they don't want to work for shit. They don't want to fucking do shit. They just want it given to them. Now, this guy, Cody, hard-working motherfucker, it seems like. Smart as a fucking whip.
Thank you. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I got a handout, I'll take it. But
that's just human nature, Cody.
Well, you need to go off your college.
But I mean, you're not the one sitting there waiting for a fucking handout. Like,
no, you got to make things.
I'm gonna live in the tent just so I can get $1,200 tomorrow. Like, and what are you gonna do with that $1,200? Go buy liquor?
Yeah.
No,
if I could give
whatever shit with it, and then still live in a tent? Like, come on.
If I could give any advice to the younger group, what really helped me succeed was going to, for me, it was the cigar bar, but everybody can have it in their own manifestations, and just talking and every day with these wise men, older, more experienced in life. And that just, I mean, everything came out of that, from business ventures. Ultimately, that's what led me here, because I met Danny through that. And you got a lot of time when you're a kid, especially if you're in this scenario when your parents are supporting you through college. Use that time. Doesn't have to be your whole life. You could still go and have fun. But for me, every day, go spend an hour or two over at the cigar bar. And the ROI on that could potentially, I'm hoping, will lead me to be a millionaire before I'm 30.
But you have drive.
According to Daniel, you're on the right track. I'll tell you that.
You have drive. So. And a lot of kids your age don't have drive.
Yeah, I've seen it. I made a lot of friends in college, and I have a couple friends whose parents bought them a house down here. They were going to come and rent, and they said, no, we're just going to buy you the house, all yours, don't worry about it. And they just, a couple of them specifically, you can't motivate them. They're not motivated by anything. They have no sense of urgency. And
Well, because everything was given to them.
yeah.
Yep.
So it's tough seeing that when you yourself are a driven individual and you really want to see your friends succeed. It's tough.
Right.
But at the end of the day, how far can you go?
Well, I can tell you that the guy that I told you I worked right there behind Victory Lane Chevrolet,
Mm-hmm.
and the guy that owned the business, both of his sons are real estate agents in Naples and making a ton of money. They got their own winery now. They fly their people to their places in a helicopter to show them what they just bought, because you know what Naples is.
Yeah.
I mean, they fly them and give them an aerial view in a helicopter to show them what they just bought.
Mm-hmm.
I
Wow.
mean,
Yeah.
so I mean, it's,
Let's take a ride there when you come down.
Do what?
Take a ride there when you come down.
They're not going to give me anything. I mean, I work for their dad.
Well, I didn't mean in the helicopter. I meant in the car. But if they are willing to fly us in the helicopter, I wouldn't say no.
Take the flop.
I was saying, Shuby, it sounds like Cody's got some friends that his parents, his friends' parents may have a helicopter. You may get a free helicopter ride next time you go back to Florida.
I mean, I might have to, because I remember working back there. One of the kids used to take and shoot golf balls over the building we worked in at the Wink News Station there, right on Evans, where the Doppler radar was. He was shooting golf balls at it.
Wow.
So, I mean, I'm going to have a little pool.
That's
There you
great.
go. There you go.
I know people down there. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't know some of the same people, even though you're in a different age group.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Like I said, I was born and raised there, and I'm older than Keith, so.
Oh my God, go away.
Hey, I'm trying to make you feel younger, buddy, because I give you so much hard time, and I feel bad about it now. I'm sorry.
Listen, when I get up and walk, I know that that's not true. That's just
I know, but I'm sorry. My wife told me I'm a dick, and that
I appreciate her defending me, but
just in general, it's everybody, not just you. Just a couple.
Oh, okay. Well, see, I was feeling special there for about a half a second. Thanks, Shuby.
No, trust me, our wife loves you. She might even actually cheat on me with you. She loves you so much.
Oh my goodness.
So.
I'm too old for that shit. Anyway.
She's not. Take it while you can get it.
Yeah, huh?
I'm gonna sign off, guys. I got to get up early tomorrow, but I really appreciate you guys pulling me on. I'd love to come back, and I really value the time that you guys have given me advice.
Yeah,
well, you joined a little later, so it's kind of a bunch of drunk old men wise advice, but you appreciate it, so that's good. I mean,
just Bedell.
Maybe next time or whenever you have time on a Friday night, you can join in like at the start, and we won't be so bad.
I will.
I'd absolutely love to.
Like I said, hold that link that he sent you. It's good every Friday night, 7 p.m. unless for whatever reason I have to cancel the stream, but I'm pretty consistent. So that's Eastern time. So.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you guys. It was a great time.
Oh, no problem, Cody. Thank you, my friend. Well,
thank you for that information that you passed too. I appreciate
glad to meet you.
Absolutely. Yeah, likewise. All right, guys. I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care.
All right. Have a good night.
See ya.
See ya. That was nice. It was good to have a different perspective on. I appreciate that. I was looking for that, what Daniel was talking about. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it. So
you should have had Cody look for it. He's younger. He could have found it.
Well, he might have found it because it's a local station. So I'm guessing a Florida station. You're right. I probably should have had him do it, but it's all right.
I'm just gonna look at something real quick just to see if I can.
Yeah, do what you gotta do. But it was good to have Cody on. I mean, it was good for that whole background perspective with the AI and the Aether and so on and so forth. And yeah.
I mean, dude, for 24 fucking years old, that kid seems really fucking smart and very intelligent. And
yeah, smart as a whip.
I kind of want to say a little bit more, but I don't want to because I don't know.
This might be what he's talking about, but it's still on mine. Says a day ago. It says Florida CFO announces launch of study to see how gold, silver can be used as legal tender.
That's what Daniel was talking about earlier. And that's what I wanted to question him on, but then he ended up answering it before I could even question him. So it kind of worked out in the long run.
Yeah, this
In
was
the
a
end.
yesterday deal. I'm not saying there's not more, but it might not be posted yet.
Yeah, well, it might have been a follow-up on that. Who knows? Oh, sorry. I'm trying to fix something on X and whoops. There we go. But yeah. So tell me, what'd you guys think of the polls? I know you probably both saw the YouTube one, but I posted one on X, I posted one on YouTube, and I posted one on Patreon. And got most of the votes came from YouTube, but I did get a couple from Patreon and a couple from actual messages, like votes. What did you guys think? I got more votes than ever using the polls, but what did you guys think?
Well, I was on YouTube, so I don't even know that I've got access to the other ones because I don't use those platforms too much. I'm
Yeah, well, I mean, I did it to give, depending on where they came from, possible access. Because, like, what was his name? Mining Stocks. Mining Stocks came straight off of X. So I wanted to give, depending on what platform they came from. The only one I couldn't do that I'm broadcasting on for whatever reason is Facebook. I'm telling you, I'm about ready to write Facebook off here at this point. Pain in the ass. But what about you, Bedell? What do you think? Did that work out better, you think, with the polls?
I like the poll idea, except for what you can only have 4 and not 5.
Yeah.
Oh, you lost one, but I think it's easier and I like it better because you don't have to shill the whole thing all the time. But at the same time, I think if you shill a little bit less, it would be better than a poll. You know what I mean? Like, I hate fucking saying that, but hear me out. All right, the poll is easy because it's one and it's done, plain and simple. But when there's dead air sucks. So when there's dead air and you have a poll, it gives you nothing to talk about. So sometimes when there's dead air, it could just be like, oh, well, who's going to vote for this? Like, here's the options, blah, blah, blah. All right, it gives you like 2 or 3 minutes. If you need to go to the bathroom or I need to go to the bathroom and we're only 2 people here and we got nothing else to talk about, it's a
filler.
Peace of mind. Yeah, filler. There we go.
I like the poll, but maybe if you're only allowed 4, then maybe you switch it to 4.
Well, I thought about that. What my plan is going forward is to rotate. So, for example, Fry wasn't the one in the poll, so now I'll rotate. So Aether will fall off the poll, and the other ones will be there, and then I'll rotate again, and whatever the next one is will fall off. I'm basically just running them in alphabetical order.
Yeah, but I'm saying you're right at the end of the year because you're going to change it at the beginning of the new year, right?
I actually already put it. I already got it aside. I have what I did for Q1 2 of 2025 was I don't know, you probably can't see this sheet here, but I gave my granddaughter this sheet because again, this is the granddaughter that this particular one's going to go to. And I gave her some list of stuff. So I gave her a list of like 4 L1s to choose from, of some L2s to choose from. What else? Actual currency to choose from, privacy coin to choose from, that kind of thing. And I said, pick one out of each group. So she basically picked her own portfolio. So that's what the next one's going to be. I can tell you what they are if you're interested. It's
the whole next year, or is that just like
that's the first half 2025, and then the last half of 2025 is going to be Bedell's suggestion, which was grab the winners and then run the winners. So that's what I'm going to do for like this part time next year. But I wanted to get one more of these regular ones in with whatever. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like the fact that Patreon allows me to put as many options as I want. But the other ones, X and YouTube, only allow me to put 4 options, which is why, like I said, I'm going to just my thought process, even when I do this, if I continue, because I think I'm going to continue. I kind of liked it. And I got more votes than ever.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I like the vote when it pops up. So that's what I was saying. Maybe drop it to 4. So it's all legit. You don't have a.
The only reason I don't want to drop it to, and please talk me through this, but the only reason, and anybody who wants to jump in on the chat on this, go ahead. That I didn't want to drop it down that low is because I want a more diversified portfolio. Because you got to remember, think about this. I mean, you know, I'm trying to look at this from the perspective of the guy who's going to croak, and then 15 years from now, the grandchild's going to be handed the tangent card with crypto on it, and
Okay.
yeah, the Fry's crypto may not exist anymore.
Okay. Well, I got an
You
answer.
see what I'm saying?
This is
Or whatever. So
But you don't do any trading, you just hodl.
I just hodl. That's it.
Right.
That's the problem.
So I mean, you're taking a risk if Fries or Bitcoin or whatever crypto you're putting money into, say Render, Ether, all that shit. I mean, you're still taking a gamble because you're not.
I understand.
Trading it.
I'd rather take a gamble with. I'd rather take, in my opinion, I'd rather take the gamble with 6. And if 1 or 2 die, there's still 4, versus 4 and 1 or 2 die, and now there's 2.
Okay, so that's where my answer was getting ready to give you a solution, whether you take it or not.
Go ahead.
You have 6 in mind. The bottom one drops off, and you add a different one. So you have your 4. So if this one here gets like 2 votes, it drops off, and then one of your other predictions jump into that vote. And you do that for the first quarter. So you got 4 weeks, and you pop another one in. The lowest one drops off, and a new one pops in.
So you're saying every month I would change
6.
the 4?
Yeah, you change the 4. You have 6 altogether in your mind.
Yeah.
And you pull them up. So if that one drops 2 times, you pull it back up, and a new one drops in. And then if that one doesn't go any good, you keep replacing your bottom one to try to see what people are going to vote for. So that way you can make it in your Facebook, because that's what you said you had the most votes. So you keep popping in a new one in the bottom. It doesn't have to be a quarterly or whatever, but you pick your 6 for the month. Give that one 2 weeks. The bottom one drops off, then the new one comes in for 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, it would be, because these are live for 6 months.
Okay, well,
no, I see what you're saying. So you're basically, so here's the 4 for this month. I've got the 6. I understand what you're saying. Here's the 4 for this month, and whatever one of those 4 gets the least amount of votes, I pull that out, pop in the new one, and then we do the month again, and then pop. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
I mean, in a sense, I might not be saying it correctly what I'm thinking or what you're doing, but it's just to put new, fresh meat, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, no, I get it. So it's the same, but it's not really the same. Yes, yeah. I get it. I get what you're saying.
But that way you can get your votes off of YouTube, wherever. So if you like that, what is it, 8th year? Did you put it just like off of a spur of the moment because Daniel wanted it or whatever, because he supports it? I don't have no problem with that. But you can throw something else in there and it's a part of the mix.
Yeah, I didn't have a backup for that because we had already taken up some out and put some in, and then Render was just kicking ass, and that's like, okay, well, that's great, but you know what I'm saying? I can't have a basket full of just Render. So yeah, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
I mean, it's up to you. I'm trying to give a new mix.
Oh, and I appreciate the input. I need to give that some consideration because that has merit. Merit.
So does this. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Fuck you, Shuby.
Ha!
Not tonight, buddy. I got a headache.
I've only got like 3 beers left. So
Well, if you come over, I still got a cooler full.
yeah, let me
Nice.
drive like 12 hours to drink a
Yeah,
beer.
get a couple of
But it was
beers.
a gas station half a mile from my house.
Your woman's not drinking, and my wife would love to meet her. I'll buy them all, and I'll even cook you dinner tomorrow. Shrimp,
Wow.
steak. What do you want?
I'm supposed to go up to Wisconsin to visit a friend by the end of the year, and I'm like, shit, I don't even know if that's gonna happen.
I didn't even think you had any friends but YouTube.
Oh my
I
god.
just,
I got plenty of friends, my friend.
I didn't see that.
I mean, she's like she's an old time friend. I bought her mother's car when I was 13. And I'm the same age as her oldest kid.
There you go.
And I used to babysit her youngest kid and change her diapers.
You know, when Daniel's talking and Billy's talking, I try to be quiet because they got more intelligence than I do. When it's us three talking, you guys still got more intelligence than me, but I can interrupt.
Oh.
Like I respect both of them and I like to hear what they say, but
No, but
no offense, Daniel. You always show the same thing. Gold and silver.
Well,
he's
but
got an agenda, though, and
that's his forte. That's his thing.
I know, but he can't even come on here and have like a normal discussion about anything else because that's all his. In my mind, it seems like all he does is revolve around gold and silver, which I understand because he's got businesses or a business, this, that, and the other, but he doesn't want to show them. He doesn't want to talk about them because he's been drinking. It's like his free night. And I get all that, but it's like, then stop talking about gold and silver. Talk about whatever the fuck else you want. You know what I mean? Like,
in fairness,
he's on that gold and silver mindset, which I understand, but it's like that's his path, and I'm over here like this path, and everybody else is like.
But I like gold and silver.
Do I choose?
So old school OG that's been in crypto longer than you guys. I wanted something tangible to hold in my hands because I wasn't sure about all that stuff. So I took crypto.
Oh no, I completely agree with that, but I also don't need somebody sitting over here trying to shill gold and silver down my throat.
But you know what? Gold and silver is always in your hand.
And well, it's kind of funny. 2 things. One, tonight, not for nothing, but I asked the question about gold and silver, which kind of put us down that path because I wanted to know, to be quite frank, because I had read some stuff about what you actually just found a few minutes ago about them with doing legal tender in Florida and so on. And then 2, you know, it to me there's a bigger perspective here because as much as yes, this is crypto centric, we got to look at it in a bigger perspective too. I mean, my humble opinion.
But you think about it. You take crypto. You take Bitcoin. That was 4 months ago. What, 40,000 somewhere in there?
Oh yeah.
You know, and it jumped to this price right now. And you could take that one Bitcoin you had and buy the amount of gold, and then Bitcoin drops because I'm telling you, crypto is so much more volatile.
Oh yeah.
Than gold and silver.
Of
So
course.
if you took that one Bitcoin at 40,000 and it jumped to 101,000 or 102, because I seen it jump to 102.
It actually jumped like
I think 104 was the high, if I remember correctly.
I'm just saying what I seen of that. And you took it and went to JM Bullion, which is where I buy my silver and gold, because I do own that too. But if you were to take that and buy it when it jumped, and you bought it and put it in your safety deposit box, you put it in the floor of your house or where you had that map, you know what I'm saying, like you was talking earlier, you still have that in your hand. Show me where you can hold a Bitcoin in your hand.
I want to just address this from Poyo here. I think Poyo might be a little behind in the stream because he's talking about visiting next month because he's going to be in the Keys in January. I think that was in reference to the conversation you were having with Cody. Hold on, Bedell. I'm trying to find my button here. There we go.
I wasn't gonna do it, but you were talking. Here, one physical Litecoin. Look, my hand. It fits there. Look at that.
Show me a Bitcoin in that hand.
All right, this one, 0.001 Bitcoin. So at 100K, I think this is worth like $100. Look at that. Still in my hand.
But
look at how shiny that is.
The in your hand thing was something he mentioned, and I was gonna say, because I remember, for anybody who's heard me talk about my Bitcoin story, that was the thing I said to somebody that tried to talk to me about Bitcoin in 2010 when it was like 29 cents. Oh God, kill me. And
but Keith,
I was like,
you gotta show your Tandem wallet. Show Shuby there you go, the Tandem wallet.
Mine will be here Sunday. I don't want to hear your shit. I'm gonna have a Tangent wallet Sunday.
And then he can put all of his, well, not all, but most of his crypto that's supported by Tandem on that ring, and then he can wear that ring. So how was that not physical?
Live stream. I ordered it last Friday. It will be here Sunday, is what my thing shows. I'll pull it up on screen. I'll show you. It's gonna be here Sunday.
I believe
I'm
you.
just waiting for somebody to send me a fucking wallet. I'm too cheap to fucking buy one. I keep most of my crypto on the fucking exchanges because when I keep them in wallets,
do you know why I bought it? I'm gonna tell you why I bought it. I'm gonna tell you why I bought it. It came with 2 cards, Keith. Am I in the right direction?
No, other way.
No, I'm over here.
Okay, so it's backwards again. So that's Vidal on my screen.
Okay.
You said it come with 2 cards. So I'm going to take those cards. I'm going to put in my safety deposit box.
You probably shouldn't be saying this on a live stream. Just saying.
It don't matter. It's going to be my safety deposit box. Somebody come find it. But if something happens to me, my wife can go grab those because I'm going to activate them to her phone also.
Yep.
And she can have those cards and my ring. She can have those and be able to get my crypto because right now it's like scattered so bad.
Yep, bring it into one spot.
I'm gonna bring it into one spot so she can grab my $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, whatever it is, because I don't have much in it. But
I got you.
She'll be able to grab every bit of it.
Yeah, and have access to it like that. Yeah. And Pollo, I don't think any of the guys here do, but
nope,
I do.
You're wrong. Bedell does. Wait, Bedell.
Great, Bedell. Oh well, I know Bedell has purchased some,
I know,
but
he has art.
That's true.
I think that's supposed to say interview by art, not but art.
No. Bedell did a whole. Matter of fact, Bedell, you got a picture of that? Your Bitcoin painting?
Yeah.
And to answer your question, there it is. I know none of us invest in art that I'm aware of. Pollo.
So this is a custom painting, and I will not show you the blacklight version of it until I physically receive it. Other people that are my friends and loyal people have seen both versions, and they fucking love it. So I'm hoping
I'm excited to see
Monday or Tuesday it'll be here. So next Friday it will be here. And I got to order a black light, which, whatever. I mean, I can go to the local store and buy a fucking black light bulb, but what's going to make it really pop, like the one he sent me, I want to find, because I think that would be cool as fuck. Like, fuck the Trump, fuck the display fucking metal picture. It's going to trump all that shit. It's going to look fucking fire.
And then he's going to send me my Budweiser sign.
My girlfriend's supposed to be getting a hold of you or your wife. She's supposed to be organizing the trade. I said, fuck that. I don't know. You know what you paid for it, whatever.
She messaged me. I can't tell you any details, but she did message me, but then never messaged me again. Nothing about your sign, though. Nothing about that sign. I got to be clear.
Okay. I'll give her some shit about it tomorrow. I'll be like, hey, he wants my sign. You're supposed to get me a Christmas present from that sign. What the fuck?
Well, the Christmas present she was asking about had nothing to do with the price of that sign because that sign's worth more than the Christmas present.
Oh, well, I just was like, hey, throw the fucking light in there. Like, I don't know.
If she wants a Christmas present she asked about, shit, I'd do that for the sign. I'd give her 3 of them. I'd give her 10 of them if I had them all, but I only got 3 left. So
There you go.
nah, I just fuck with you about the sign. If you love that sign, we'll do whatever.
To me, it's fuck. I'm at a loss for words, but it's really hard to ship because
No,
it's so old, and I feel it's more fragile than most. And
Keith don't fly. I'm sorry.
What?
You said ship and fragile and kind of ship, where you don't fly.
Oh, I'm like, what? Yes,
Uh,
Keith
so
don't
I'm sorry.
fly,
My
and yes,
wife's gonna kick my ass if she's watching this. So
listen. At this day and age, yes, Keith is fragile, and you know what? Pollo, I'm with you, man. I give my grandkids get a little bit of crypto every Christmas. Now, for them, it's just like, okay, Papa, put it here. But you know what? That shit starts adding up. Like I started with one of my granddaughters with Litecoin, for example, and she's got Litecoin that from back when it was like $30 or something stupid like that. So look at it now. I mean, she's made what is that, like 3x 4x in a few years. So yeah, I get it. And so the same thing, I know you're talking gold backs here, but like the same thing. Yeah, gold backs, gold, crypto. I think those are great gifts, but maybe that's because I'm old. I don't know, but I think that's great gifts there, Pollo.
So I got a question before I forget. Bedell.
Yes. Oh, for
What's up?
Bedell.
Nope. Those 2 coins that you showed me. What were the values of those when you either purchased them or you got given to you? Did you pay the premium like they were talking about in the gold backs? Did you have a premium on them because they were actual physical?
so I paid the value plus $20 per.
Okay.
But
So
those
I
are not
paid.
physical. Just so you understand, Shuby, that's not an actual physical Bitcoin or a physical Litecoin.
No. He showed it was a 0.0001.
Right inside of like the you got to get.
So this is like a ballet wallet. You can't add money to this, but this coin does have 0.001 Bitcoin on it.
But
Right.
so it's
And when you open it up and you pull off this QR code, you scan the QR code, you pull the QR code off, and then it shows you your seed phrase like it's an actual wallet.
so
So I bought this. I want to say it was $68, and I paid $20 because it's physical, so I paid $88. I said, okay, well, when Bitcoin hits $89,000, I made $1.
But what
So
I'm
when
saying is,
Bitcoin hit 100,000, I'm like, fine, I'm up $12
but what
after
I'm saying
what I
is
spent on it. But
it's kind of like the gold back. You pay the premium as gold goes up. That gold back becomes worth more because you have a physical thing in your hand
Yes.
that costs you more money. Got to go the right way, even though I'm pointing at Keith on my screen.
no, you're pointing at me.
You're technically pointing at him.
In my screen. So, but it's the same thing. When I bought my silver, though, I have my silver in my hand, and that silver's worth that silver, and I didn't pay. I mean, obviously spot price. I paid more than spot price because you're not going to buy anything that's not more than spot price because it's in a coin.
Yeah, I mean, what you're trying to say is like, say an ounce of silver is $350. When you go to buy an ounce of silver, yes, it's $350, but then they're gonna charge a premium on top of it because they may have found it and smelted it and processed it, so they're gonna charge you like say an extra $20.
Yes. And
So instead of that $300 for that 1 ounce of silver, now you're paying $320 for that ounce of silver.
Yep. Right now,
So when you buy an ounce, you're losing money, but in the long run, if you hold on to it, that when that 1 ounce hits, say 320 per ounce for silver, then you're broke even. That's how I was with these. I paid $20 plus the face value.
But I'll tell you, the price of silver, gold, and everything else is what he was saying. Right now, an ounce of silver is reasonable for anybody to buy. $30.79 an ounce.
There you
Is
go.
what ask price is. So if I go in there right now and anybody who hasn't bought silver, they have a deal on it. I'm going to go for silver round in stock. And I'm going to go, let me see here, where's price, low to high. But I want 1 ounce, sorry. I'm in the wrong thing right now. You guys talk for a second. I gotta find it.
That's all right. Take your time. No worries. It's good.
Silver 1 ounce rounds is what I'm looking for, and I'm gonna go low to high. So you can buy. Ask price is $30.79, and you can buy an ounce for $32.28.
There you go.
So you're about $2 round number, a little less than $2 per.
Plus taxes, plus shipping and handling.
Well, if you spend $200, free shipping and handling and the whole.
Yeah. The point is that it is affordable. Say that 5 times fast. Couldn't do it.
Right. Well, I'm gonna have to take off in a few minutes, gents. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Honestly, I'm starting to get really tired here at this point. Pollo saying basket of render. What happened to bags? There you go. Well, because for when I think I did use the word basket because I was talking about the DCA portfolio. So all the other coins included with that. But yes. But
To me, a basket is a lot bigger than a bag. So if you have a basket of render, it's a hell of a lot bigger than a bag of render. Because you can fit how many bags into a basket? I don't know, 5 or 6 bags.
There you go.
So silver
And
right
yeah,
now,
no, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, Pollo. That's great. That's how we get to really know each other in this space. And so I'm honestly looking forward to doing a lot of that myself eventually.
Hey,
So,
Pollo, if you ever come up to Chicago, let me know. I live in the fucking boondocks of Chicago. You're gonna be like, how many hours of cornfields do I have to drive through to meet this motherfucker?
But
like 1.5. It's okay. It's not that bad.
my microphone working or not?
Yeah, you're on. Go ahead.
Anyway, 7 ounces of silver right now with free shipping if you bought it with crypto is $228.34.
For 7 ounces?
7 ounces. So you get a little bit cheaper if you buy with crypto. If you buy with a check, you get it for $225. If you buy it with your credit card or PayPal, you get it for $235.
Oh, sorry, guys. Whew,
Isn't that kind of an oxymoron, though? Is spending crypto to buy silver?
That's what I did. I got Trump coins sitting in there. You know, the Trump coins I showed you where it's all painted the whole 9 yards.
Yep.
But I got that in my safety deposit box. It's going to sit there. And it'll sit there till I die, and my kids will get it. And, you know, whether it be 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, that coin's going to be worth something because then it becomes a part of history because he's way out of office. And it becomes, you know, Trump, where I paid a lot more for that because of what it was.
I get it.
That's 48. Let's go. For election and win.
I know, right?
It's sitting there. I don't plan on keeping it for me. That's kind of like a key thing. That silver sitting there. I mean, I've got about $400 or $500 worth of silver. It's not worth much. You know,
I get it. That's how I think about the crypto. I get it. I understand exactly what you mean there, Shuby. It makes complete sense to me.
You throw a few dollars at it, and even if not, I think If you don't spend it, I think it's $6.99 for shipping and handling, which is still less than what you told me that it cost you for that physical thing in your hand for crypto. I'm just saying diversify your portfolio. Not all crypto, not all gold, not all silver. Diversify it and put it in a bunch of different things.
Amen.
I think that's kind of what I told Cody, the 24-year-old that was on. I was like, you can do whatever you want, but just diversify.
You know, what I liked, especially what you said to him, was find something you like. Put it into that. That's a good idea because a lot of people don't think. I mean, he seems more entrepreneurial minded. So I mean, you know, put it into a business, something you like, or put it into whatever. I don't want to say hobby. That's not the word I'm looking for, but you get where I'm going with this. That was a really good piece of advice right there, in my opinion.
To me, it's just my advice from a middle-aged man to a younger guy that's almost he's a little older than half my age, but when when people ask that question, I would go, just
how many
do what you
people
want, but you got to understand, like, you still got to follow your passion, you got to follow your dream, and don't put all your eggs in one basket. You got to diversify a little bit, and however you diversify is fine, but just diversify plain in general. You know, all these people that are all talking about retirement and this, that, and the other, and they go to retire, and then they see that check, and they're like, fuck, I gotta go back to work. What's the point of retirement? I go, I tried to tell you that.
You don't start early enough. That's what I was trying to say earlier, because these companies were selling that I was working for, and I was scared to put my money in, and you know, the company I'm working for now, I'm up to 11% of my paycheck. I've already made more in this particular company on my 401k because they'll match up to 5%. I put 11%. And nice. I mean, but it's still at the age of my retirement at almost 50 is not going to be nowhere near what they recommend.
Right.
But luckily, I'm in a position that here, hopefully, real soon, next year, I want to put 20% in because I won't owe no bills on anything. I mean, you know.
Well, have you considered doing like a gold or Bitcoin IRA?
Not yet, just because we're trying to get stuff situated. So I'm like,
well, what I mean is instead of going up to almost 20%, take that difference, whatever it is, and put it into like a gold or Bitcoin IRA is what I'm talking about.
For the next 4 years, no, because I think our stock market's going to just freaking boom.
You're not wrong about that.
So, in my opinion, I'm not sure I'm right.
You're probably close to correct. Well, or at least certain sectors. Let's put it that way.
If my company would not have laid me off for COVID, I'd probably be sitting at about 40% of what in the 6 months that I got laid off on my return on investment. And even though we have this president, my 401k has not lost money in the last 12 months, still with the current president.
There you go.
So, I mean, I'm up like 13 or 14%.
Yeah, we see the thumb. There it is.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still up that 13 or 14%, but I want it to be up more. But I don't look at it every day. I don't look at it every month.
Yep.
Because it's a retirement fund. If you look at it every day, you're going to go crazy.
Oh, hell yeah.
Just let it ride its thing, because there's still a average that you're going to get throughout a year. You know, some years are better, some years are worse. But if you cash it out early, government's going to take all your gains plus some.
Yeah, they got to get that early. Yeah.
Yep.
The early penalties. Well, I think when Bedell comes back, I am going to wrap this puppy up. Because I don't know about you, I'm like ready to drop right now. I can barely keep my eyes open. I really appreciate everybody being here tonight. Thank you to everybody who voted. We still got a bunch of
hours. We're going to go to after hours and drink another 12-pack.
No, you can go to after hours and drink another 12-pack. I'm
not even an admin. I'm not even I got no access. I can't do anything.
You can do. You got a channel. But anyway,
I don't go live on it. I like your channel.
oh, I see. But yeah, I really appreciate everybody. We still got like 80 people here on YouTube. We got like last I checked, like 70 people on X. I really appreciate everybody being here. I really do. I'm trying to grow this channel and really get the word out because I know we're in the bull cycle now. But you know, there's going to be a lot of new people coming in here, and I think that they need to hear multiple perspectives when it comes to cryptocurrency. And you know, like Shuby was just mentioning, not just about crypto, but I can't even talk right now. A diversified portfolio if you're looking to do something that's going to be a bit more long term. And you know, again, you also need to look at it from different perspectives, including like I said, I do DCA, some very small amount, $25 a week, but that DCA over time can add up and you will get good buy prices with that. But to me, it's a hodl thing. And yes, I said hodl, a hodl thing. And for those who have been here for the whole stream, you get that. Because again, I'm looking at it from 10, 15, 20 years down the road. So I hope that what you hear here on this stream is helpful with regard to that, and hell, all of my live streams and videos for that matter. But I mean, here in this setting, we're able to do it in a casual basis with a couple of laughs, a bunch of different perspectives, a drink, whatever. So Bedell, I was just telling everybody once you got back.
Well, I heard it all. I heard it all. Once I get back, you were gonna take off for the night, and then you were giving like a goodbye spiel, and I didn't want to interrupt, but you kind of
that's all right. Well,
put me in the spotlight.
Well, I'm just letting you know. Didn't know you heard me. What do you guys got? You guys got anything you want to throw out to everybody? Because again, like I said, we got still about 80 people here on YouTube. We got about 70 on X. So tell them what you want to tell them.
Well, I'm looking at BTC right now, and BTC is sitting at, just on the Google search, is a 101,817.
Nice.
So it's been hanging up there over the 100,000 for pretty much all day.
Yeah, it really has.
Is that all you've got to say, Shuby?
What else you want me to say? Cheers?
I'm just asking.
Cheers.
Yeah, okay, cheers.
Well, I did just open mine, so cheers.
Well, mine's almost empty. I'm going to open another one, but...
Okay, guys. Yeah, well,
but I did have something to say, but I didn't want to cut you off. That's why I was asking. Is that all you got to say?
That's all I got to say, buddy.
Keith, I'm sorry. I'm going to fucking disagree with what you said, because you said that you feel we're in a bull market right now. We are not in a fucking bull market. We're just in the pre-stages of a bull market. I called this over a month ago that a week or two prior to Christmas, prices were going to start dropping. Like it was fucking happening.
Oh, now, I don't. Listen.
Now, I'm saying in the next 2 to 3 weeks, maybe second to third week of January. See, I'm one that I like to time frame it at least down like a week. I'm saying the second to third week of January, it's going to start picking back up. First, maybe second week of March, it's going to probably start dropping back down because people are worried about taxes. So we're going to see a little run up in about 3 weeks, maybe a month, for about a week or two, and it's going to drop right back down. It always has. I've been watching this market for 4 years. I'm not a fucking chart analyst. I'm just saying my honest, humble opinion after a few too many beers, but I just like to put it out there.
Listen, I don't disagree. I don't disagree about what you're saying about the price action, but just because we have that kind of price action doesn't preclude the fact that we're in a bull market. That's the thing. You know, the market's going to pull and do its whipsaw no matter what. And I agree with you. I think things will pick up after the inauguration, which is right around the time frame you're talking about. And
Well,
you're right.
I didn't even factor in the inauguration. But
Well,
I feel
but
like these price changes are because he got elected.
I agree.
And then we're gonna see that Christmas dump here real soon, if not already. And that might pick back up because of the inauguration. And then it's gonna drop back down again a little bit because of taxes. Because
I agree.
like everybody, they want to sell stuff to pay for Christmas. And then they want to sell stuff to pay for taxes.
No, I think
But
everybody's
then right after taxes,
wrong.
there's a jump back up because everybody sees that money that they made in the last year and they're like, fuck, why did we sell? We should have just held it.
I think you're wrong.
So then they're going to come right back in and just buy right back in.
With the administration that's coming in and so behind crypto, I think it's going to jump even more. So I think the people that sell are going to be stupid.
Well, they might be, but they might still need to sell. You know,
thanks for calling me stupid, Shuby, because I've been taking profits the last fucking month and a half.
And that was my point. People need to sell to buy stuff. They need to sell to pay stuff. They need to sell because they just want to take profits. Hey, listen, I told you I got that one coin. I'm waiting for it to shoot. And it does, man. Gone. I'm taking my profits only on that one. And that's a me coin. It's not a DCA thing that I've been doing. So we'll see if that happens.
I've been holding on to XRP for probably about 5 years now. I sold half my bag at like $1.90, almost $2, somewhere in that 10-cent range. The last time it hit 290, I sold my other half of my bag at 260 something.
Yep.
And I was paying 25 cents per coin. I took my profits. Now, will I regret it later? Maybe. But I've been holding on to these coins for almost 7 fucking years. Maybe 5, maybe 4. Shit, it could be 2 years. It don't fucking matter. When you turn 25 cents into $2.50, when you 10x your money, you gotta take some fucking profits.
You gotta take
like I said, I'm in a different boat. But then again, my ETC went from $3 up to $30-something, and it's gonna sit there. It's been over 100.
But you got to do.
See, that's when it hit 100 when you like what 25, almost 30x to your fucking investment. Granted, you didn't even put money in because you mined it, but it's still you invested in that coin at said price, and you didn't sell it.
I missed 100. Don't get me wrong. I missed it. I would have sold it at 100, at $3 a coin. I would have sold it. But I missed it because I got out of it. I shut it off, kind of like my 401k, what we were talking about earlier.
Hold on, I gotta make a phone call.
Well, that's all right. I'm gonna wrap it up. Just come back when you're done. But I'm gonna wrap this thing up. We can chat for a minute or two afterward. All right, everybody. I am gonna wrap. We're at over 4.5 hours here. Appreciate everybody being here. Thank you. I hope you'll be back next Friday night, 7 p.m. Bring in the weekend with a drink, a laugh, talk some crypto, talk some investing, talk some whatever, because Lord knows what ends up coming out here. But cheers to everybody. Let's get that last cheers in there. Last cheers. And I hope you all have a great night. Thank you for being here. We got, yes, Joe. Hopefully Joe will be here with us next week. But he needs to sleep every once in a while. So, all right. Have a good night, everybody. And we will talk to you soon. Don't forget, Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern time, I will be here with Joe live for Crypto Market Monday. All right. See you later. Have a good weekend, everybody. Well, let Bedell say, all right, we're wrapping it up. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Right, guys, thanks for joining. Have a great night. See you next Friday on Crypto on the Rocks.
All right.
Make sure to like, subscribe.
Yes, what he said. Peace, babe. All right.